Good evening. I'd like to call the village board meeting for the Village of Cary for October 21st, 2025 to order with roll call, please.
Collier,
Here.
Dudek,
Here.
McAlpine,
Here.
Prusina,
Here.
Stefani,
Here.
Walrath,
Here.
Kaunik.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do you want to get the sign-in sheet? What? Do you want to? Nick?
All right. So we're going to read out the open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the Village Board of Trustees about issues not otherwise on the agenda. The Village Board welcomes public comment at its meetings. Each speaker is limited to a total of 3 minutes to ensure that other members of the public can speak and allow time for official village business to occur. Those wishing to address the board during open forum are encouraged to provide their contact information on the sign-in sheet so they can be recognized and called to the podium. The board will not respond to public comments during open forum. When called to the podium, the board will not When appropriate, the mayor will refer to the issue to the appropriate staff member for follow-up. Responses will be made by village staff to the email or telephone number provided on the sign-in sheet at the meeting.
Thank you, Nick. Going to the open forum here, this is for things that are already on our agenda. It is not with the matter that everybody is here for. Is there anybody that wants to talk about anything on our consent agenda? Chris Reike, is that you? Or are you talking about? Pardon me? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Chris Reiki, 446 Lloyd Street. I'm here in regards to, I was at the Maplewood meeting, and in today's paper, it says that you are concerned that everything is taken into consideration: traffic, utilities, topography, environmental impacts, and drainage. As far as drainage-wise, none of that is taken into consideration. The lady that was at the Wednesday, she's never even seen the property. How can she determine what the drainage is going to be? And then, okay, you already made up your mind that the access road is going to be there and the development's going to be there, and all the retention pond, all your water is going to be in that corner. All of that water is going to eventually go into 14 under the train tracks, and then there's a stream that's between 14 and Park Avenue, which is going to eventually end up there. The lake along Silver Lake Road already drains into that stream, so you're going to have all that water, which is going to eventually flood out those people in the house in their backyard. So you'll have that much more water going through there. And for the road, you want to fill in some of that retention pond at Cary Algonquin and Industrial Drive. So that portion of that you're going to fill in, where's that portion? If you're filling in 10%, where's that extra 10% going to go? Are you going to dig it deeper, or are you just going to say, you know what, who cares where the water goes? And in regards to when the access road is being built, you sent out letters asking for people's permission to use a portion of their property. I feel if I lived there, I wouldn't let you do it either, because the way that I see the city work, you get the property back when they return it. It's never going to be like it was before. And what's not to say that you're going to go after and try and take it the way it is. And we also, by putting that bike trail in on the access road, so getting money between the TIF and that bike trail, you're getting federal money. So you're gonna get money to pay for that, so we're gonna be paying for that. And in talking to Brian, I asked if you had all the money or all the property to build the road, and he said no. And then, oh, one other thing. I talked to Keenan on Friday about the sidewalk issue that I brought up at the last meeting, and on Silver Lake and Ann Street. He said that would be addressed this week. There's 4 guys running around cleaning up brush. 2 of those guys could have fixed. He said it was a utility thing on Ann and Silver Lake. It's only a matter of taking out 2x4s, putting some dirt in, some seed. That's something that would have been easy for the guys to do. And then the one tree by the post office needs to be trimmed up.
Okay,
They
Chris, I'm
made
going to ask
the-
you to wrap up. We're running out of
Okay,
time here.
just one more second. The village addressed that to the post office, but these issues, when they are addressed, who is supposed to be following up on this? To make sure that the construction projects are finished, you know, when the road, for instance, the sidewalk, the tree trimmed up, who is supposed to follow up on these?
All right, thanks for your comments.
We'll follow up with you, Chris.
Jim Delbeck, are you here to talk about New Haven? Okay, do you want to hold your comments until that time? Because we'd like everybody to listen to the staff presentation, the developer presentation, and then we'll go to the open comments for the development at that time. Well, you'll have your opportunity. You could, if you want to talk about it right now, what this part of the meeting is about is what's on the agenda. It's just the consent agenda. Yeah, I would like to speak now. Okay. Can you find out if there's more people out there?
Jim Dahlbeck. I live at 154 Savoy Drive, so the development is being developed directly in our backyard, essentially. I've been to several meetings, and I do appreciate the developers for taking our concerns into consideration. I do feel like we've been heard in that regard. It's not something we're super thrilled about in general, but the fact that they listen to us, I genuinely appreciate. I keep hearing from you guys that you will address our concerns. Letting us talk for 3 minutes isn't addressing them, it's just listening to us and then going out with what you're going to do anyway. That's my concern. I want transparency. I would like for you guys to just be honest about what is a done deal, what is happening, and we're just gonna have to deal with it, and what is on the table. To my knowledge, I haven't heard anything addressed yet about the 38 new townhouses being put in right across the street, the traffic that will add, the congestion. Industrial's already a nightmare with people backing in these giant trailers, and I haven't heard that yet once. So obviously we have a lot of people here that are concerned about what is going to happen, but we've heard, well, the developer wants the cut through. That's why it's happening. And then we hear, well, no, it's not the developer, it's the Village of Cary that wants that to happen. So what is reality? What is actually happening? I think we're just looking for answers.
Well, we hope you'll get the answers once we go through the staff presentation.
Good.
We will have a conversation amongst the board. Once we listen to we'll give everybody an opportunity. Even if you're not signed in, I go row by row by row. Once we go through everything, I give everybody
Right.
an
And we've done it
opportunity.
a few times.
And we'll make sure that everybody is heard. And we will then turn it over after the public comment. We can hear what the comments are. We're going to come back to the village board and we will have a discussion. And we will be addressing all the concerns.
And that is the part I'm looking for. I do agree you guys have heard us. Having it be addressed and have it be communicated to us, I think would be a big move.
Well, I think it's fair to let people know that everybody on this board has watched both ZPA meetings. We're well aware of what is being done. We're following our process, our rules, and our procedures. This is exactly what we typically do. You will hear the conversation amongst the board members addressing the concerns that you will have.
Okay, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Anthony Lazars, are you here to talk about New Haven? Do you want to hold your comment? All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the village board on the consent agenda? Or anything else? All right, I'll go ahead and close open forum at 6:10. I have nothing on my report tonight. I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items A through F as shown on the village's website and displayed on the video monitor during the village board meeting. This is a note of clarification. Item G has been pulled from the consent agenda due to some inaccuracies in this, so we pulled that off. It has to do with our village engineer, so we're going to bring that back at the next meeting. So again, a motion to approve A through F.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Dudek,
Yes.
Persina,
Yes.
McAlpine,
Yes.
Collier,
Yes.
Walrath,
Yes.
Stefani.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the one item we have at hand tonight, I will entertain a motion to approve an ordinance granting approval of a comprehensive plan amendment, zoning map amendment, final plat of subdivision, stormwater management variance, and a planned development for the Seasons of Cary PUD.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor, Village Board. The request this evening, as mentioned, is for the proposed project and what's commonly referred to as the Damish Farm property along Route 31. Just before getting into the presentation, just a brief timeline as far as the project to date, as the process that's taken thus far. Staff began working with a developer actually about a year ago at this time on a proposed project on the site. That was conceptually reviewed by the village board back in December of 2024. Following the feedback that the developer received at that meeting, they did pursue going through the zoning entitlement process, which included hosting a developer open house per the UDO requirements back in April. The first zoning board hearing was held in July on the case, and the project was continued during that meeting to August 21st. And then per the petitioner's request, at the regular scheduled ZPA meeting in August, on August 14th, the hearing was then continued to September 11th for additional review. That zoning hearing was then held, and a recommendation from the ZPA was presented at that meeting, which is up for consideration by the village board this evening. Brief history for the property. It originally started showing up in our land use documents in the early 1980s. In 1982 and also in 1992, the property was identified within the comprehensive plan as it was within the planning boundary area of the village within 1.5 mile of our village limits at the time. In both 1982 and 1992, the property was designated for commercial uses. In 1982, it was business and commercial. And the 1992 plan was for business park development. The property was formally annexed in 1999 as part of the Cambria development, which included 3 primarily development areas, one being the subject property, which as part of the annexation agreement was rezoned to B2 Shopping Center Business District to allow for future commercial development. And the land use was changed in the comprehensive plan from business park to commercial to follow that designation. The other 2 properties that were also part of that annexation included the Cambria subdivision, which was rezoned to the R3 multifamily district and the R2 single family district. And the land use for that portion of the annexation area was changed from business park to residential to accommodate the residential subdivision. And then the third parcel that was incorporated in the annexation was the Sage Products manufacturing facility, commonly referred to as Stryker today. That property was zoned BP Business Park upon the annexation, and the land use changed from commercial in the 1992 plan to the business park designation, and it's since been rezoned to the M manufacturing district for the existing manufacturing there. As the board is aware, the subject property has remained in agricultural use since the time period it was annexed in the village. This evening, the petitioner is seeking approval for various entitlements related to their proposed project, which include the changing the current zoning of the property, which is the B2 Shopping Center Business District. And the slide summarizes the action items that are requested. I'll get into more detail in additional slides here, but essentially they're asking for approval of a comprehensive plan amendment, map amendment to rezone the property, a final plat of subdivision, a PUD for a 360-unit residential development with various zoning departures, and a stormwater management ordinance variance as detailed in the slide. This slide shows the overall project in relation to surrounding development, which exists in the village. Primarily consists of a mixed-use development with commercial along the Route 31 frontage and a 360-unit apartment development on the balance of the property. As mentioned, one of the items that's being requested is an amendment to the village's comprehensive plan and the future land use designation for the property. Currently, the property is designated as commercial within the comprehensive plan. And that includes the entire parcel from the rear Savoy to Route 31. They are seeking to amend the designation to allow for commercial on the frontage of Route 31 and multifamily on the balance of the site. Per the comprehensive plan, new multifamily housing can serve to expand housing opportunities for young professionals, small families, and seniors in the community. As locations are considered for additional multifamily housing, preference should be given to proximity and pedestrian access to community facilities and amenities, transit, goods, and services. As general guidance within the comprehensive plan. Concurrent with that comprehensive plan amendment, they are also seeking a map amendment to rezone the property from the current B2 Shopping Center Business District. The property would, again, consist of two zoning classifications. B2 would be the requirement for the frontage for the commercial as proposed along Route 31, and the balance of the site for the residential project would be rezoned to the R3 multifamily district. The proposed zoning is consistent with other apartment and townhome developments within the village of Cary, and is also consistent with properties located to the northeast of the site. As you can see in the Cambria subdivision, the New Haven townhomes are both zoned R3 multifamily, similar to the request this evening. Another actionable item that is requested as part of the development is a plat of subdivision to create the lots of record for the development. There would be, per the plat, 6 developable lots created. Lots 1 and 3 would be for the commercial outlots for the project. Lot 2 would provide for the interior access drives that would serve both the commercial and front portion of the residential project. And then lots 4, 5, and 6 would be for the residential component of the development. Lot 7, as proposed in the plat, would accommodate the future or proposed expansion of New Haven Drive. Would be a temporary lot for initially as part of the plat of subdivision for the construction and access easements for the roadway. And then once the roadway would be completed, would require a future plat of dedication upon acceptance of the improvements by the village. There are also 5 detention basins that are provided in the plan, as marked as outlots A, B, C, and D, which provide for stormwater facilities for the project. Within the plat, there are also various easement provisions for utilities, drainage, access, and maintenance of those properties. Within the village's Unified Development Ordinance, there's various standards or provisions for planned unit developments. The planned unit development ordinance allows for more flexibility in design for proposed developments than generally the rigidity of the zoning ordinance may allow. So with planned developments, there's specific procedures that are followed for those types of developments, and there's various ways that petitioners may request departures from those regulations. So within the proposed development, they're proposing a 360-unit residential apartment development. And there are a few departures that are being requested. Specifically on this slide, the first departure is a request to reduce the required building setback along the proposed New Haven Drive frontage. Per code, the R3 district front and exterior side yard requirement is 30 feet, and they're proposing to reduce that to 15 feet. As you notice on the slide here, there are 2 portions of buildings B and G. I highlight those with the mouse here. So in the southeast corner of Building B and the northwest corner of Building G are proposed those 15-foot setbacks. As part of the review for the at the ZPA hearing, the setback along Building B was recommended to increase to 20 feet, which would increase the majority of the setback for that building from 20 feet to 25 feet. But that southeast corner would remain at 20 feet, and the parking setback in the rear of the property along the Walmart property line would be reduced to 10 feet. The other setback that's proposed to reduce to 15 feet would be for, again, the north west corner of Building G. That would be at its narrowest point, and as you would travel further east on the proposed extension of the roadway, that setback would increase, so only that small portion of the site would be met at that 15-foot setback. Other departures proposed were for the building setbacks along the interior access roadway. Again, the code requirement is 30 feet for structures along that roadway, and they're proposing to reduce that to 24 feet for buildings C, E, and F. Those three buildings, as you can see on the slide, run more perpendicular to the access roadway. So the 24-foot setback would be located next to Building C in this location, Building E, and Building F. And then if you can see from the blow-up portion of the site, the majority of the structures would actually be set back further than 30 feet, where the front portion of the building would be set back at 32 feet, and a small portion of the building near where the garages are part of those structures would be the reduced setback of 24 feet. The two other buildings that would be part of Phase 2, which are parallel to the roadway, would exceed that parking or that setback requirement of 36 feet. The third departures being requested is a reduction in the required off-street parking spaces for the development as a whole. For the proposed units on the site, the required parking spaces is 810 spaces for the entire site. Petitioner is proposing to construct 784 spaces, so a slight reduction in the number of spaces. Per code, each apartment is required to provide 2.25 spaces per unit. Our code does not differentiate currently amongst 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So a 3-bedroom unit would have the same parking requirement as a 1 unit apartment, whereas in reality, in some cases, the 1-bedroom units do not require the 2 spaces generally to be utilized. The fourth departure is a request to increase the maximum density for the property. The code requirement is a maximum of 9 units per acre, and under the proposal, they're seeking to increase that to 13 units per acre. As you can see by the slide, the proposed departure is in keeping with other apartment developments within the village. Generally, that 9 units per acre density is applied towards attached single-family housing or townhomes within the community, but the trend of development within the community has been slightly higher densities for more multifamily projects such as this. So as you can note here, the density would be similar to, although obviously a much larger site than other properties as far as the total acreage, the net density would be similar to other apartment complexes recently approved within the village. Fifth departure being requested is for monument signage for the development. Per code, the development would be permitted 1 sign with a maximum of 24 square feet in area. The proposal would include 3 total signs, one at near the intersection of the extended roadway to Route 31. That would exceed or be proposed at a 34 square foot sign. And there's 2 smaller monument signs, one at the right in, right out entrance at the center of the property, also along 31 with a 15-foot sign face, and a second monument sign more internal to the site near the proposed clubhouse, again at that 15-foot square foot size. The development is proposing to comply, as currently presented, complies with our landscaping requirements for the development. There's a transition area of type B is required along both the east and south property lines adjacent to the existing residences and the adjacent park. That requires a total of 3 shade trees and 3 screening trees per 100 linear feet, which the developer is providing per their landscape plans. In addition, there's foundation landscape plantings along the base of the buildings and also parking lot landscaping throughout the site as well. A variance that's being requested this evening is for the requirements of the McHenry County Stormwater Ordinance. As the board is aware, the county establishes county-wide standards for stormwater, which are administered and enforced at the local level. In some areas where unincorporated areas or 9 non-certified communities, the county is responsible for the administration of the ordinance. At the local level, however, there are certified communities that, which include the Village of Cary, we're allowed to administer it at a local level if we have appropriate staff and certain measures are met for our local review. So the Village of Cary has been a certified community for about 10 years at this time, and we're allowed to review variances at a local level, which required a review and a public hearing before our ZPA, which is done as part of this process, and the variance would be considered village board final for approval. In the particular case here, the requested variance for the stormwater ordinance is for Article 6, performance standards for the maximum drawdown time for a proposed detention basin. The code requirement is a maximum of 72 hours per the McHenry County Stormwater Ordinance, and they're seeking to increase that to a maximum of 96 hours. If approved, the variance would be subject to final verification at the permit stage to determine the compliance with that requirement. Staff did review the variance as part of the zoning process with the county, and they did not offer any objections to the request. And actually, the proposal to increase to 96 hours is consistent with other local counties as well from their regulations, and is something that the county currently is potentially considering modifying the local ordinance for that modification as well. One of the main topics that was discussed during the zoning hearing was the proposed extension of New Haven Drive. As indicated in this slide, the development would be connecting to the end of New Haven Drive, where the roadway currently terminates at the cul-de-sac bulb near Savoy, and would then propose to extend that out to Route 31 for a connection there. It is something that was discussed with the developer when the project was originally proposed, as it is compliant with the regulations or recommendations within the comprehensive plan, and the developer is providing that connection as part of the discussions with the village originally for the project. Just a slide that kind of shows the history of the development. The western side of the village is here just to show it's generally good planning practice to plan for, as developments come into the village, how the roadway network may continue to expand and serve those developments. In this slide, you can see the red area is the village boundary that was established in the early 1980s, included Industrial Drive area and also the Greenfield subdivision. When those areas are developed, there were roadways within those portions of the subdivisions that were created that had stubbed at the edge of the village for planned future growth. As you see in this slide, roads like Asbury Lane, Georgetown, and Hampton Street were more northern connections, and then connections that would go to the west included Main Street, Manchester Street, Milford Street, among others, including Industrial Drive. In 1985, the Caper property was annexed into the village, which included 3 future subdivisions, including the Cimarron subdivision, which when that area was developed, those roadway connections at Hampton Street, Georgetown, and Asbury were connected into the new residential area. And then Industrial Drive as well was connected further to the west as part of the Caper Junior commercial subdivision closer to the northern portion of the property. Future land use connection or roadway connections were also planned, with Georgetown Drive being extended up to 3 Oaks Road, and then 2 future westbound accesses were planned with the extension of Cimarron Drive and New Haven Drive to the west as part of those developments. As mentioned previously, in 1999, the Cambria subdivision was annexed in the village, which then, as part of that development, completed 2 of those connections to the Cimarron and New Haven Drive. And also, as part of that development, Sage Parkway was constructed out to Route 31 to provide access from New Haven Drive to the north. There were 2 future planned extensions of roadway networks as part of the Cambria subdivision, which included the extension of New Haven Drive. A parcel was dedicated to the village at the end of New Haven Drive for that connection, further to the west to the subject property. And then a second parcel was also dedicated along Summerhill Lane for potential southern connection to future development to the south of the Cambria subdivision as well. This slide, focusing on the the roadway to the western access of the village, highlights the western, or the guidance that was in the previous comp plans and also the current comp plan. So you can see from the image on the left of the screen as the 1982 comprehensive land use map, which had plans for future roadway extensions to the west to Route 31. Potentially in this slide, they were Cimarron Drive, which wasn't contemplated yet at the time of the development, or the comprehensive plan, and also Main Street. In the 1992 plan, on the right-hand side of the slide, there were 2 future connections, looking at potentially extending Main Street to Route 31, and then a future potential roadway actually south of the Greenfield subdivision to the west, but plans for future extensions to the west of the village. In 2015, the image on the left shows the comprehensive plan land use map with the Damish Farm redevelopment concept, which contemplated the extension of New Haven Drive to Route 31, and then New Haven Drive first showed up in the comprehensive plan in the 2015 plan, as it was non-existence for the 1982 or 1992 plans. And then further in the so New Haven Drive first showed up in the 2015 comprehensive plans. It was not contemplated in the 1982 or 1992 comp plan. The 2021 Algonquin-Cary sub-area plan further expounded upon the recommendations of the 2015 plan and also recommended the extension of New Haven Drive as part of the redevelopment of the site to Route 31. This slide shows just a little history regarding New Haven Drive and the designation within the village's comprehensive plan. As I mentioned, the 2015 plan is the first time that New Haven Drive was identified within the comprehensive plan, as it was constructed prior to or after the 1992 plan, prior to the creation of the 2015 plan. The roadway was constructed in 2 different segments. The first segment was between Georgetown and Sage Parkway as part of the new development of the New Haven townhomes. And then the second piece was developed from Sage Parkway to its current terminus as part of the Cambria subdivision. The roadway was built to collector roadway standards. It has a 70-foot right-of-way and 9.5 inches thick asphalt, which is a standard for collector roadways within the village. And as you can see in the image on the right-hand side in the transportation plan, it was designated as a collector street in the 2015 plan. Following the closure of Sage Parkway as part of the expansion of the Stryker facility, the village did remove the truck route status that was on New Haven Drive as the roadway was originally constructed to serve the potential commercial development of the parcels where Stryker is currently located at. So that designation was removed from Georgetown to Sage Parkway as part of the recent expansion of the facility that no longer had truck traffic going onto New Haven Drive. And as mentioned, the planned westward extension of the roadway was contemplated as part of the annexation for the Cambria subdivision and the development of that area, along with the Damish property, and was contemplated as shown in the slide here in the 2015 comprehensive plan. As part of the development or the zoning petition, the village required the developer to provide a traffic impact study which analyzed their proposed project and the potential extension of the roadway. Staff worked with the developer on the scope of that study, identified areas that needed to be reviewed for the roadway, including intersection counts and the like. Following the completion of that, the first version of the study that was presented as part of the zoning hearing in July, staff and also some feedback from the zoning board, the study was revised to include some additional intersections, some additional areas to be analyzed as well, which was summarized and provided to the zoning board as part of their September 11th public hearing. The revisions included additional traffic counts performed at various intersections, a zone analysis for the redistribution of traffic that exists within the area with the roadway connection, travel time comparisons with the influence area, the proposed roadway extension, and then also proposing some New Haven corridor improvements to New Haven Drive and a review of an alternate connection configuration at the terminus of New Haven Drive to the subject property. As identified within the impact study, it did follow certain guidance within the village's comprehensive plan as far as the designation for the roadway as a collector street, extending as part of extending it through the damaged property as part of the proposed project, and then also with the connection propose some traffic calming measures as shown in the slide. Some of the calming measures that were presented in the report as presented at the zoning board included raised crosswalks, speed radar signs, pavement markings, and raised medians. At the time, staff had no further comments on the conclusions of the study, but did indicate that further refinement of the traffic calming measures prior to the implementation of them would be required. So one of the conditions as presented before the board this evening is that traffic calming measures would be something that would be considered for the roadway, but they would need to be finalized prior to the issuance of the building permit. So depending on how the roadway, if it is extended and connected to the property and what that connection would be, we would then determine what appropriate traffic calming measures are required based on the final configuration. And one of the configurations that were reviewed as part of the zoning hearing was the potential modifications to the connection. Originally studied was a bi-directional connection where New Haven Drive would be extended for two-way traffic and connect to Route 31. And then a second alternative that was reviewed was a unidirectional connection that would have only westbound traffic from the Cambria subdivision into the development with two-way traffic on the rest of the roadway. So any traffic from the development could not access the Cambria subdivision, but any traffic from the Cambria subdivision could exit out to Route 31. And that actually is the condition as recommended by the zoning board during their public hearing, was the unidirectional connection westbound to Route 31. This slide summarizes the review of those two analyses. The slide, the left portion of the screen identifies the two-way traffic option and looked at the average daily traffics at 2 points along New Haven Drive. The current terminus at the cul-de-sac of the property line, as you can see, currently has an ADT of 0, as no vehicles are currently traveling on that location. And then the New Haven Drive at Georgetown was also analyzed in this table of the current traffic volumes of 2,300 vehicles per day on New Haven Drive. With the road two-way extension, those are proposed to increase to about 1,700 vehicles per day at the property line where the cul-de-sac currently is located at, and the intersection in New Haven Georgetown will see a slight increase of 2,600 vehicles per day. Under the one-way westbound option that was reviewed, again, you have the 0 at the property line, which would increase to roughly 900 vehicles per day, and the New Haven Drive at Georgetown, 2,300 to, again, about 2,300 vehicles per day with a one-way configuration.
Okay.
There's a lot of people here, and there's a lot of people over talking. It's difficult for us to make sure that everybody is hearing when people are mumbling. there's the screen over here. Well, I just want to make sure that everybody's respectful, and when they're shouting out and people are moaning and laughing or clapping or anything like that, it's distracting. I want to make sure that everybody in this room has just like this. Well, he's going to he'll start it over.
Sure, no problem. So, and this slide summarizes the volumes at New Haven Drive at the property line. So the table on the left shows at the existing property line, the volume crossing the property line is 0 vehicles per day. Is there no crossing? There's no connection to the property at this time. So with the proposed two-way configuration, that property line would see traffic volumes increase from 0 to 1,700 vehicles per day with the redistribution of traffic and the new traffic generated by the site. At New Haven Drive in Georgetown, the existing traffic volumes are 2,300 vehicles per day. And with the proposed two-way traffic option, it is anticipated that vehicles on New Haven Drive at the intersection of Georgetown would increase to about 2,600 vehicles per day. The one-way westbound traffic option, which is shown on the right-hand slide here, again, shows 0 vehicles existing at the property line currently at the end of New Haven Drive. With the one-way connection westbound only at that location, would see a traffic of about 900 vehicles per day exiting the Cambria subdivision. With the one-way option, the current ADT is 2,300 vehicles per day, and that would remain roughly the same, but 22 and 50 vehicles on average traveling through that intersection. As part of the traffic study, the analysis, again, did look at other intersections throughout the area and included roadways such as Georgetown and Cimarron Drive, and then also with a connection to Route 31, how traffic would be redistributed through the area with that connection. So there's analysis within the traffic study looked at a 2031 no-build option. That takes into account other development within the area and general growth that is occurring within the Chicagoland area and the Village of Cary based on CMAP projections over that 5-year period. And then the 2031 traffic, total traffic, take into account that no-build scenario with the projected increases within the Village of Cary that would just naturally occur from other developments in the area, but then also assumes the connection and the development is in place, and then redistributed the traffic volumes based off that information. So this slide shows those two configurations and looks at the various turning movements at those intersections during the peak hours, the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, and then also a weekend peak hours as is typical for traffic studies and traffic analysis for the intersections, and would distribute the vehicles from that standpoint depending on which direction they would be heading out to various roadway networks. So this slide to focus on an area just for comparison, the intersection at Cimarron Drive and Georgetown now, for an example, in the AM peak hour, there's 47 vehicles that are traveling eastbound on New Haven Drive, or no, sorry, on Cimarron Drive that would be turning left to go north on Georgetown Drive. That, as part of the development, if the roadway were to connect, would actually decrease at that intersection from 47 to 26, as those vehicles that are traveling that direction now would likely utilize the roadway in the future and would travel more westbound along Cimarron Drive to New Haven Drive and out to Route 31. So the traffic study analyzed where those vehicles would be going from a certain time period and what the peak hour volumes would be at those intersections. But that would summarize as a few of the recommendations or the identified information within the traffic study. With any conditions or any standards that are reviewed for the board's consideration within the Unified Development Ordinance, there are various standards that need to be reviewed and met. This slide summarizes the map amendment standards as part of the UDO for a proposed rezoning of a property. In general, the amendment shall not be detrimental or endanger the public health. Amendment proposed to public interest, not solely in the interest of the applicant, among other conditions as listed in the slide. Similarly, within the McHenry County Stormwater Ordinance, there are various standards that would need to be met for a variance to the stormwater regulations, which again are summarized in the slide as far as the variance is minimum necessary to afford relief, and variance will not cause or detriment to the public good, safety, or welfare, among others as listed. Also, within the Unified Development Ordinance, there are various standards for planned developments that would be considered as far as the overall conformity with general planning principles and policies within the comprehensive plan, impact on other property, parking and traffic, adequate buffering, among other conditions as identified here. And then also the plan modification standards for the departures as requested, how the departures may fit with the overall design of the site, common open space, visual privacy, and other energy configurations as part of the overall design of the site may be considered. Based on the information that was presented during the zoning hearings, the ZPA determined that the various standards as presented have been met in this case, and as such recommended approval of the following motions. 1, approval of an amendment to the comprehensive plan, future land use map from commercial to commercial and multifamily. 2, approval of a map amendment to rezone the property from the B2 Shopping Center Business District to the B2 and R3 Multifamily Residential District. 3, approval of a final plan of subdivision. 4, approval of the Seasons of Carry plan development with the departures as noted. And 5, approval of variance to the McHenry County Stormwater Ordinance subject to the conditions that were listed in the staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have regarding the development. The petitioners here can provide more information on their project as well. Sorry. The petitioners here to provide additional information regarding the proposal as well.
I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tony DeRosa with Fiduciary Real Estate Development. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be back before you this evening. We've got a short presentation I'd like to walk you through this evening. We also have a 3D fly-through model that we shared with you back in December, but I wanted to refresh your memory.
The mic is not working.
Is it?
Is the mic working? Is that better?
Is it better? You're gonna have to
Okay.
talk. You're gonna have to talk right into it.
All right. Is that better now? All right. Would you like me to start from the beginning? Okay. Good evening. My name is Tony DeRosa with Fiduciary Real Estate Development. Thank you for the opportunity to be back before you this evening. We have a short presentation to share with you this evening. We've also are going to play our 3D fly-through model that we shared with you back in December as a refresher on the project and what we're proposing this project's going to look like. Mr. Simmons put together a very good presentation himself, so any duplicate slides I'm going to skip over. He gave a great overview, so I'm going to skip this slide that talks about what's transpired over the past 10 months leading up to this evening. So our goal here with this project is we're looking at combining retail and residential spaces to create a vibrant, high-end community development. Before you look at any property for development, you really need to consider what is the highest and best use for that property. So when we look at this property, it's currently designated for commercial use in the comprehensive plan that was adopted 10 years ago. Both the comprehensive plan and the Route 31 sub-area plan encourage multifamily development at this location while also preserving commercial frontage. The likelihood of this property ever being developed solely as commercial or retail is not likely. There's a lack of demand in this economy for big box retail development. This will be a luxury mixed-use development to meet current market demands today, with significant walkability throughout the development, along with a proposed connection to the south to Hoffman Park. and improved connectivity with the extension of New Haven Drive, as shown in the comprehensive plan. The retail frontage will be approximately 5 acres in size. The commercial development potential is driven by the addition of the new residential rooftops. There will be economic growth with the opportunity for new commercial users to enter this market, allowing for increased tax revenue with additional consumer spending opportunities. Behind the retail will be a luxury market rate multifamily housing project with a Class A amenity package, condo quality, construction, and level of finishes. There is significant pent-up demand for this type of housing that we're proposing here. These will be smaller scale buildings with 18 apartment homes per building, with private entries with direct access garages for select apartment homes, as well as detached garages that will be available. So here's a zoomed in view of the site plan. And before getting into the changes that we made to the plan since we were before you for a conceptual review back on December 17th of 2024, I'd like to give you a quick refresher of the current overall plan. The site plan contemplates 2 access points along Route 31 into the development. The northern access point will connect from Route 31 to New Haven Drive to the east as shown in the comprehensive plan. The commercial component of the development could potentially include upwards of 32,000 square feet of new retail and commercial space. The addition of the new housing component will help drive demand for the commercial outlots as retailers are continuing to look for rooftop growth. The commercial outlots have been designed such that all stormwater will be managed off-site as part of an overall master stormwater system that we'll be building as part of our project. With regards to stormwater, one of the existing site characteristics that Mr. Simmons touched on earlier is that there is existing water that drains from the west side of 31 under the street onto our property. And as required by state law, this property, being downstream, has to plan for and manage this existing flow of water. This is the law and we must follow it so as not to cause any unnecessary flooding for our neighbors. So while I know preserving some commercial land was important to the board back in December, the reconfigurations of the pond that we made to accommodate setback preferences from adjacent neighbors has caused our commercial to shrink by approximately 1.2 acres from 5.9 originally down to 4.7 as currently shown on the plan. Because our ponds have become skinnier, when ponds become skinnier, they become less efficient, thereby to maintain and manage the same amount of stormwater, because that has not changed, our area dedicated stormwater ponds has grown slightly. And while that is the case, I do feel strongly that 4.7 acres of commercial is still very appropriate for this property. And it's important to note that the commercial land we did lose was located at the south end of the commercial frontage, which is the least desirable given it's the furthest away from the proposed intersection with New Haven and 31. This new commercial development will be an amenity to those that live in this area. Our housing component will consist of 2 phases. The first phase will include 13 2-story buildings with 18 apartment homes per building, and the second phase will include 7 identical buildings. The buildings have been designed in a townhouse style which feature ground level, private direct entrances, along with 8 attached garages per building, and each building will include 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. Average rents will range between $1,600 to $3,000 per month. In addition, our first phase will include all of our project amenities, which will include a clubhouse of approximately 5,000 square feet in size that will be a best-in-market amenity for our residents, including a resort-style pool, a 24-hour fitness center with high-end equipment, and an entertaining-style club room, along with our on-site property management office. We've also had discussions with the Park District regarding a connection along our south property line into Hoffman Park that we'd like to pursue. And now what I'd like to do is walk you through some of the plan modifications we have made to the site plan since you saw it last in December. That's as a result of the neighborhood meeting we conducted in April, along with the 2 ZPA meetings that we conducted in the summer and the early fall. And while I understand it's impossible to appease 100% of everyone's comments and concerns, we did feel that we made a significant effort to address those concerns that we could. So as you look at the screen, and I'm going to talk about the right-hand column here. The original plan you saw was 396 total apartments. We've reduced that down to 360. We've lessened the impact along the east property line by relocating the northern stormwater pond to the east property line. That has significantly increased our buffer along that side. We have grown that from 50 feet all the way to 159 and as great as actually 186 feet. Code requirement is 40 feet. As a result of the buildings shifting further west, Mr. Simmons touched on some of the code variances in terms of setbacks along the frontage road that became necessary. As I mentioned earlier, our south commercial has been reduced by 1.2 acres as a result of the relocation and the reconfiguring of the stormwater ponds. We had a dog park previously along our east property line, which we have completely removed from the plan. We also had a grill station for our residents that was located near the east property line. We have shifted that away from that property line, more internal to the development, so it will not be within sight line. We also originally had a proposed frontage road connection to the north to Walmart. That was one of the comments we received at the neighborhood meeting was there was a lack of a desire or interest for that road to connect, so we have also removed that frontage road connection from this plan. As noted earlier, we reached a compromise at the ZPA back in September regarding New Haven Drive being a unidirectional westbound only. And we felt that this compromise with New Haven mitigated some of the additional traffic concern while still preserving the attractiveness of the commercial land. And it was important to you back in December to preserve frontage for commercial. And that is why this compromise on the one-way is important for the commercial. One-way westbound still allows us to capture the traffic that will be leaving or exiting the subdivision. And that's an important part in order to warrant a traffic signal and through the approval process with IDOT, which will in turn help attract desirable commercial users here. We understand the sensitivity to this road issue. We are open to installing traffic calming measures, which I believe is a condition of our approval this evening, and working with staff engineering to best alleviate and address those concerns. In terms of the design has not changed. It's still the same two-story residential buildings. Our facade is designed to complement with gabled roofs. The upper and lower stories are well proportioned in design. Our exterior finish of the building includes a combination of brick as well as cement board or hardy siding. We don't have any vinyl on this building type. Some of our in-demand, we call them single-family features here. We have direct access garages, large patios and balconies, private entrances, primary suites, all have walk-in closets, and stainless steel upgraded appliances is standard for us. In terms of our amenity package that we're gonna offer, this is gonna be best in class with a stunning clubhouse design, fully equipped fitness center, a spectacular club room that people can rent out and utilize. Here are some additional pictures of our amenities. We'll have an outdoor pool and sun deck. We'll have a car care station where people can, wash their car down, vacuum out their cars. We've also planned for pickleball court for our residents to use. We have a lounge for residents and an outdoor TV lounge and grilling stations as well. Here's some additional imagery. Looking down, you can see the commercial off of 31 with the residential in the back. A ground view of the same image. This is our clubhouse, 5,000 square feet in size. The back side of the building where you can see where our attached garages are for our residents. And then we have a 3D fly-through model. That's about 2 minutes in length. Thank you. This $100 million plus development is going to have a major impact on the assessed value of this property, as well as the tax increment that it's going to generate. This property is currently assessed for approximately $20,000 with a tax bill of about $2,000. Fully built out, we're estimating a total property tax increment of approximately $1.4 million per year with this development. When you look at the economic benefit and additional consumer spending that's going to take place in this area, and you look at new people living here, we're projecting almost a $40 million impact over a 10-year period. And we come up with that when you take a look at what average incomes are in the area, times how many people are going to live here, and you take a very small percent. Typically, we look at about 10% of additional new dollars being spent in the market. You multiply that out, you come up, and it's anecdotal at best. There's no scientific research behind it, but it's a standard we like to use. We come up with about a $40 million impact over a 10-year period, in addition to significant job creation related to the development. Also, we're looking at about $2.7 million of estimated total impact fee revenue to the village as part of this project as well. So in closing, a couple things. One, we want to be a good neighbor. We know this has been a tough process. It's been a process. We've had lots of conversations with a lot of people, but we do sincerely want to be a good neighbor here. We've made a lot of changes to the plan. We know we will never satisfy 100% of those comments. We know that with certainty. We think what we've put here before you tonight is, we think is a good compromise on a lot of issues, whether it's stormwater, whether it's the road. We're trying to balance what's important to us, what's important to neighbors, what's important to the village, guidance from the village's goals, village's plans for this property. And I'd like to thank you for your time through this process and for this evening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions right now before we go to public comment? Yeah, no, I just thought maybe you might have something for him. Okay. Deputy, is there a list over there? Could you grab that for me, please? No list, okay. That makes it so easy because sometimes it can't read the writing. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming. It's an important decision being made here tonight. I know many of you came because you've got a vested interest in it, and you want the right thing for your community, as do we. We understand that the passion is real and it matters, and we're here to listen. The evaluations that we're having tonight will be of benefit for the entire village. We're hoping to make the decision that's for the best of the village. I also understand that while we're discussing things that are emotional and personal, it's okay to be frustrated, angry, or disappointed. I get that. We've lived through this many times before. You have the right to make your voice heard, and that's what we want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. So this is what this forum is for, is to listen to you. You can engage with the village board. There can be a dialogue through this. You can ask questions, and we'll be able to hopefully answer and acknowledge or have an opinion varying this. So in order to be fair, we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak, which is why we limit it to 3 minutes. There's a lot of people here, and we want to make sure that everybody is heard. That being said, we want to make sure that people are respectful, courteous, professional, because that's how we run the Village of Cary. We have very high expectations for people coming into the community as we do for the community that we have right now. So we are here to listen to you. We are here to hear your concerns. We do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. In the event that what was just said, you are in total agreement in, and you want to go on the record, please come up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. State that you agree with what has been said. We really want to make sure that we give enough time for everybody to be heard. So if you would accommodate that request, it will make things go a little bit more smoothly and giving more people an opportunity. We also ask that the speakers avoid avoid like the clapping, and avoid the people in the audience avoid clapping and moaning or chuckling or whatever this is. If you do that during this, we can't hear what's being said, and nor can your neighbors and fellow residents. We want to make sure that everybody is heard. So if there's snickering or if there's motion, it's very distracting for us. We're trying to make sure that everybody is accommodated. So think that's pretty much what I wanted to say. But we're going to go ahead and start. I'm going to start with, we'll start on the right-hand side here. The second row of people. In the green, did you have any comments? Not the first row? Well, I'm starting on here. These are I'm starting on this side, sir. The second row here. Is there anybody here who would like to address the village board regarding this project? We'll go to the next. You do?
I want to say something.
Sure. State your name and address for the record, please.
Pio, I live at 1576 New Haven Drive. I live right at the end of the cul-de-sac on New Haven Drive, and I truly don't agree with the road being built, going towards New Haven. In the last meeting I was here, someone mentioned that the cul-de-sac's been there for 20 years. And in the mornings when for example, when my son goes to school, he takes the bus at around 6:20, 6:30, and during the winter time, it's really, really dark in there, and he has to cross the street to wait for the bus. And when they start building the road and there is cars going by there, not only my son, but kids that are waiting for the bus to go to school, they run the risk of being hit by car. It's going to become very dangerous to the road.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all.
In the next row, is there somebody? Did you? Okay.
Paul Europe, 1372 Mulberry Lane. I think I wanted to cover a couple things I kind of prepared here, but then listening to their presentation today got me interested in some statistics they gave, right? One of the things they talked about was the projected amount of revenue that this could generate with the commercial space over the 10-year period. And I don't doubt that that's a possibility, right? But I don't think you necessarily need to have New Haven Drive go all the way through to recognize that revenue. So if it's a money play for the city and the town of Cary to try and increase that, I get that. But you don't need that with New Haven. And what was interesting is when they put up the slide around the difference in number of cars, when it went from two-directional to unidirectional, 2628 was the number of cars given. I think, Brian, you stated that. 2,628 cars was the estimate if it was going both directions.
We're going to pull up that slide for you.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, that'd be perfect. And that wasn't approved by all of you at the ZPA meeting, I think on September 11th. But you did okay it with 2,241. So I'm trying to understand, why is it not good to have this road go through with 2,600, but 2,200 is no problem? So that was one problem I had from all of you, and I'd love for you to be able to address that afterwards. Another thing, on September 11th, there was 19 residents that came out against this throughfare, but no one voiced their opinion for it. In Cambria, I know all of you have seen it probably. There has been a billboard that's been erected and up there on Route 14 that all the residents have kind of chipped in for to kind of show their resistance towards this road going through. So hopefully you've all seen that. And there was an email campaign as well as a petition online letting all of you know how we feel about this road going through. And I've lived in Cary for almost 25 years. And the one thing that I've learned is that Cary residents will let you know when they like something and when they don't. You can definitely count on that. And I think the residents have spoken loud and clear here tonight by the amount of folks that have showed up to be here. I don't doubt that this would be great for the village, but I think it's going to come at too large of a cost for all of our residents. And hopefully, by seeing all this tonight and listening to these folks come up and speak after me, hopefully all of you guys are listening and know that this can still go through without having to have it a unidirectional or a bi-directional New Haven Drive. That's it.
Can we refrain from the applause, please? Thank you. Next.
Hi there, I'm Linda Deacon at 1116 East Danbury Drive. And so I'm up against New Haven, so my bedroom is on the street. And so I'm concerned about that noise. I agree with what Paul said about, the difference in the traffic. This has been I'm new to this area too, so this is new. But that whole area is just a nice little community, and for all this time, for all those people that live there, we've dealt with one in and one out, basically, right? And so now we're gonna change that, and I just don't understand why. It's a great project, but why do they need to come into this part of the neighborhood? And lastly, well, not lastly, with the calming devices, the calming things, are they gonna be electric car friendly? Because those, electric cars are low, and I'm concerned about that. And also, right, we have aldermen that service different parts of the community. And with you being trustees, do you each have an area that you cover, or do you just have the whole city?
We are at large.
You're at large. So do any of you live in this area? Okay, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to the fourth row. Anybody on the fourth row?
James Vall, 29 Montclair Drive. This petition cannot be voted on tonight. It needs to go back to the ZPA since there was due process violations during their last meeting, as they did not allow everybody to speak for the time period that you were allowed to speak fully, too. They announced at the start of the meetings that there is no time limit for people. They knew ahead of time that I was going to talk for a half hour, and they cut me off at about 10 to 15 minutes. There were other people that were cut off too, or they were told to hurry up, and especially towards the end of the meeting when it was getting time for the board to want to go home. The village hid the videos of those meetings from July and September, the July and September meetings until there were complaints, then you finally put them out there. The August meeting, which had nothing to do about seasons, was on the website right away. So you were trying to hide from the people of this town, what happened in those meetings and what people posted or presented, I should say. Any action other than returning the proposal back to the ZPA will further violate the due process violation. The appraisal that was done to support the petition was highly deficient. It completely left out the extension of New Haven in the property values. That was confirmed by Patrick when he questioned them. That is one of the most important, if not the most important thing to the project is, it was obviously the item that concerns many of the Cambria residents is the safety, making New Haven a collector road, and then the home values. It is well known that living on a busy street reduces property values. If you go looking for a house, you're less likely to want to live on a busy street, and you're going to make New Haven into that. The comparables that were used were ridiculous. He compared apartments from the 1920s to saying it's not going to affect property values. Any property value affected by building that, something in 1920 has been taken care of by now. He also used one from 1988, saying there would be no effect on property values. He should have used something with a current high-density place, apartments built next to the existing communities, and he didn't. He could have used the seasons in Cary, or in Elgin, but he chose not to. That's probably because the property values are going down near it, and that doesn't have a road going through it. I contacted the Appraisal Institute, and asked to suggest a highly qualified MAI certified appraiser who also has litigation experience. They gave me somebody. He reviewed their petition. He stated that it was deficient too. He said the petitioner's appraisal should have used like properties like this. Again, he also said maybe Seasons at Elgin he should have used. And that one does not have a road extension. The whole process seems to lack openness and consideration for the residents of Cary and especially the residents of Cambria. The original open house should have included all the residents that were within 250 feet of New Haven, since that was part of the proposal at that time, and it affected them. And you guys chose just to do the Savoy people. We are united against the extension of New Haven Road, and we will continue to fight this to the bitter end.
Thank you. I'm going to have our attorney address some of your concerns about the ZPA meeting.
There are at least two of us here that attended the meeting. The chair did do his best to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to speak and to share the information that they had with the CPA. I do not recall the chair cutting anyone off. He cut me off. Hey, can I finish?
Can we please have some decorum here? Let him finish.
So I was at the meeting. My recollection is he did ask speakers if they could focus comments, if they had comments to make that hadn't been made yet. He didn't cut anybody off. And when you mentioned multiple people that were cut off, I don't recall anyone else that was asked to cease their comments and sit down. So that's just my recollection. I understand you have a different opinion.
Thank you. Administrator Morimoto will address the video question.
So I understand the comment regarding the videos. I will say that, yes, there was an issue with a secondary link within the agenda packet that was inactive for a time, and it was brought to our attention. That was corrected. But the primary link from our main website and on YouTube was active the entire time. So it was, again, a secondary link that had an issue, but the primary link on the videos for YouTube was always there and present.
Thanks. I will go to the next row, please.
My name is Terry Foster, and I live at 1274 West Danbury Drive. My first question for you is, it seems since I've been in this meeting that this has already been decided on. Is that correct?
I don't think so. What we're really deciding on is the access. I believe the majority of the community is behind the development. I believe the village board is behind the development. I believe the contemplation right now is about the access, if any, to the property. So that's what we're trying to decipher here right now.
Okay, question number two. Who benefits from this access?
I believe the entire community would benefit from it. Would you want me to answer the question? Can you give me, he's asking a question. I'll be more than happy to answer it. I believe that the new development would benefit from access. Excuse me? Please. There is no access to Walmart. All right. I'm going to ask you, please, let's be respectful. There's no need for this. People will have their opportunity to be heard. This gentleman has asked a question I'm trying to answer. I believe it's a benefit to the Cambria area. I believe if I was going to save my remarks too, I presided over the meetings for the closure of Sage Parkway. We had a huge outcry from people because they were upset. We had to move the meeting to the Holiday Inn because there was over 400 people there that didn't want Sage Parkway closed to allow the expansion of Sage Products, which is now Stryker. So when we closed Sage Parkway, when we were attempting to close Sage Parkway, the residents said that they didn't want to close because it took away their quicker access to Route 31. That's what they said over and over. We reviewed some of the documents that were in there, and it was because the residents were against closing Sage Parkway because it would take them too long to get to Route 31. So we're coming up with an idea. This is something that's been planned. We plan a lot in this community. Did a comprehensive plan that it took us over a year and a half to do. We had hundreds of people address the concerns. And this was identified through the comprehensive plan that this collector road would be potentially go out to Route 31. So that, yes, we have been thinking about this to be able to give Cambria the access that they were looking for, the people on New Haven to have that access to go out to Route 31.
Has there been a survey done of the residents of Cambria that leads you to believe that they want that extension to go through?
Well, I think that there's a majority of the people that are here don't want the access, but we have had conversations with people that do want the access.
Okay.
I believe it's good planning when you bring a $100 million development that's high-end to limit their access to the community. I find it poor planning to build a development to allow people that say we don't allow any access there. Why would we approve a development that wouldn't give access to the community that they reside in? I'm about connectivity. I think that it's important that we are inclusive for the developments that we bring to the community. I don't think it's fair to bring in a development that a new development is an island. That doesn't make sense to us. It's not good planning. I understand that people are upset about this. I get it. I've lived through so many different things in this community. And I understand. I listen to people. I have had dozens of meetings with people about this. I've had dozens of conversations with the community out at large. I understand what people are talking about. I understand where people are coming from. But the inaccuracies and the miscommunication and the false facts that are floating around there cause me some concern. And this is why we're going to have the conversation. That's why we went through the entire presentation, going through the traffic study, because overwhelmingly, people have told us they like the development. They're concerned about the access. So we're going to have a conversation about the access and what's the best for us.
You are not answering my question. My question was simple.
No, we did not do a survey.
Who benefits from the extension of New Haven Drive? Who benefits from it?
I believe the village benefits from it.
Cambria doesn't. New Haven doesn't. The only people that benefit from this are the new people coming in. And they already have two accesses to 31. They don't need an access to New Haven. Why are you doing an access to New Haven that is unwanted? That's a question for you.
Because it's something that we have planned.
You're not answering my question. Why are you trying to approve an extension that is unwanted? It doesn't benefit current residents. The only residents it's going to impact are the new residents. So who benefits and why are you voting that way?
I believe the community will benefit, the connectivity of this. People in the Cambria subdivision will benefit from the new commercial that is going to be brought to there. There'll be restaurants, there'll be diners, there'll be whatever going there. So that gives them the access.
Have you surveyed those people to find out that they wanted this?
We've had many conversations with people. We've listened to,
You're not
we've gotten the
answering my
emails.
question. Have you surveyed the residents and asked them if they want this?
We have not done a survey, sir. That answers your question.
That answers
Thank you
my
very
question.
much. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next person,
No,
please.
we're not. I'm not done yet. You've done more talking than I have.
What's your next question?
So the next question is if they already have access to 31, why do they need access to New Haven? Why?
Because I believe that it's a good fit. I believe that that subdivision has a right to be part of the community that they're moving into. It's because you want the please, sir. No.
Let's everybody settle down, okay?
Thank you, sir.
I'm Megan Miller. I live at 385 Geneva Lane. I'm here to speak specifically against the connection of New Haven to Illinois 31 via the road. I think a bike access and a walkway access would be able to give community access from the new development into the really great parks that we have in this area, and vice versa, we'd be able to access those commercial facilities that you just discussed. I do want to caution that if the village moves forward with this connection, time and money will be spent fixing an unfixable problem that you're causing. And connection specifically is talking about the roadway, please. The cut-through traffic we are warning about will happen, and the village will post no-through signs, no-through traffic signs, and radar speed limit signs, but there's going to be no enforcement. Speed bumps can be installed, but at the expense of snowplow damage within the village, so that's another payment that will have to occur. We'll be stuck with traffic from non-residents cutting through our streets, where the best case scenario is that cars will accelerate to 40 miles an hour in between speed bumps, situated a couple hundred feet apart. Ask me how I know. I used to live on a street like that. This increase in traffic will impact our quality of life, bringing noise and air pollution to a quiet subdivision I was so excited to move into in February. This connection is not a solution for access. It's an attempt to cover poor planning decisions made years ago. I understand that the comprehensive plans in the 1980s and 1990s situated for Main Street to connect through. However, that development changed, and then in 2015, this is the solution that was created because of those decisions. It's a solution that no one's asking for also. My access to Route 31 will be shaved by 3 minutes. Yay. That's not something that I think it's really worth at this point for what we're dealing with. But who wants to shave 3 to 7 minutes off of where they're driving? Commuters. We live in a day and age where most people commute from suburb to suburb, village to village, and no one's no longer going into the city like they used to. Traffic patterns are not what we're traditionally seeing, and our planning purposes and the way we plan our cities need to adapt to that. Whether that be we make it so our subdivisions continue to have one way in, one way out, or other measures are available to those facilities. So that being said, I just ask for you to please remove this decision either from the approval of development. As we've said, this development is fine. It can do on its own. It can be really great. There's a way to connect it so the community can be connected via bicycle traffic and foot traffic, but this road connection is unnecessary.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Karen Zeman. I'm at 348 Copper Canyon. And my question is, what type of vehicles will be traveling from 31 down New Haven? Semis?
No.
Dump trucks? Cars?
It'll be automobile.
Automobile? Because as it stands right now, our streets, our sidewalks, and our paths are not in a very good condition. So now adding more vehicles onto the streets that haven't been repaired, I don't think is a good idea. So that's my concern, and it seems to me like you've already made up your choice as to which way you want to go. So that's it.
I will go to the next person, please.
Carrie Chesler, 13 Avalon Court. We moved here in 2014, so I was part of those residents that had access to Sage Parkway. And initially I was upset by that being closed, but quite frankly, with only a stop sign there, it was a safety concern anyway. So Sage Parkway being closed was probably a good thing to happen. I also travel 30 miles for work, and so I use that one way in and one way out every day. But I have no desire for my children to not be able to safely travel down the paths, like the last resident said, that are not well taken care of. I have a sidewalk outside my house that my husband has put in for repair twice that is sinking, that sits with water or a block of ice with no response from the city at all to take care of that. We had a sinkhole. They came and put a patch in. I want my child to be able to go to the bus stop and not worry about her crossing to get on that bus and getting hurt. While I live off of New Haven, I have been there when somebody has turned around in my cul-de-sac too fast and they have landed their car on its hood. Sounded like an explosion going off in the cul-de-sac. Nothing's keeping people from coming in and turning around. I listen and I watch trucks and cars fly down New Haven. Cars park on both sides, regardless of the band. And those curves are dangerous. Right around that New Haven curve coming out from Avalon Court, cars park on both sides. So now you're gonna increase the traffic that comes through there and still allow people to park on the curves. It's a recipe for a lot of accidents. And my biggest concern are for the kids who play and the families who walk their dogs or talk with their neighbors. We don't need access to this new development. If I want to go to Cooper's Hawk in Algonquin, I take the long way out and I drive to Algonquin. I don't need to be able to drive through an access way to get to something that's 10 minutes away that I can get to by car by going out the one way in and one way out. So I'm adamantly against
Thank you for your
that
comments.
extension.
Next, please. Is there somebody in the next row? Let me finish the seated people first. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Krishoni. I'm at 1318 Mulberry. Honestly, this is my first meeting I've ever been to, so I apologize to all my citizens. But this way would affect my children. I've been here for 3 years. I love Cary. My kids are in all the programs. We love Cary so much. One of the best things about Cary is how safe it is for our kids. My kids, just this past couple of months, we've been letting them go to the park by themselves, and that's walking distance. And I just had that conversation with my son today that if this road opens up, I probably won't feel as good walking him down a block and a half away to go fishing at the pond, which is like his favorite thing to do. And he was devastated. I want to give them that independence that they deserve to be able to live the Cary life that we expected when we moved here. And even though we're a one loop road, it's still, we get people that turn on our street and zoom past. And New Haven's a fast road. People drive way faster than they need to. And the other thing that was brought up were the new houses that are being built by Goddard. That's not part of our factor of our traffic that's being put in, and I think that's gonna grossly affect how much traffic we get into our area. The other thing that it is it's all renters. It's not people that are gonna stay here and help our community. They're people that are in and out. They're not gonna be there for a long time, whereas people who are purchasing apartments and stuff, it's a beautiful facility. There's no denying that. There's just some concerns from a Cary family aspect that are valid, so.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
My name is David Didier, 1066 East Danbury Drive. I've been a resident in the community for about 18 years. Just want to say hello to the trustees and mayor. I think what's really important is to get the room, at least the residents, to collectively agree that, I think the feeling is Seasons, mayor, there's been a failure in a case for the connectivity access to really exist. There's been mention that people have been spoken to who agree about the access, although are any representative here? I mean, are there any representatives who are saying we need the connectivity of New Haven Drive? Is there one? Okay. Yeah. So like I said, there's a failure to demonstrate that the access is necessary for anything. Any resident of Cambria or New Haven, Cimarron, they can access Seasons by the routes that already exist, and so can any new residents of Seasons if they want to visit or access our communities. I think there's tremendous opportunity for unmitigated consequences of an access road. right? Unintentional negative consequences due to an approved action. We've seen it many different circumstances. One resident mentioned the proximity of the increased traffic flow to their living space. I'm kind of a numbers person. My backyard or my living room, my kitchen, 52 feet. 52 feet to New Haven Drive. I live in the community because it's quiet, it's safe, it's a nice residential community. There's a lot of access. I've never once been able to not get to Walmart, Holiday Inn, any of the downtown areas. I would also say, if there is one person speaking here or seated here, you probably represent 10, 20, 100 people in the area that aren't here. Hope that matters to you. Because I think the trustees and the mayor, your primary mission would be to keep our community safe. The residents like to be able to walk across that street in a nice, safe manner. Yeah, there are areas that are dark, but overall, the lower traffic, less traffic is better on that road. Again, there just hasn't been a case made that there is, any good reason, any substantial necessity for that New Haven connection to be approved or to be made. So I would like to strongly state the opposition to it.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person in that row, please. Then the following row. Anybody there? All right, then we'll start next to the officer. Nope. Yes, sir, please come up.
Good evening. My name is Lee Van Sickle, 1351 Geneva Lane. Since the inception of this project, I've been trying to understand, from the board's point of view, how can we make this work? Because I agree with you, as a community, we want Cary to thrive. We want it to grow. We want the revenue. So looking at the route for New Haven, I was looking at the traffic, and I didn't understand how the traffic would flow from 31 all the way out to, I'm assuming, 14 or Three Oaks or perhaps Cary-Algonquin Road. The terminus at New Haven at Georgetown is dicey at best even now. I am not sure how you would have a traffic light there that would back up traffic in addition to all of the other projects that are happening in that area. You have the bus stop terminus that will be there, which will certainly clog everything up, especially in addition to the rush hour trains that are coming through on the Metro line. And then the crosswalk that is there is on the north end of that intersection, which is where all of that traffic is going to go through. It's not on the south end to perhaps where we can avoid at least that New Haven Road traffic coming through, but it's on the north side. I saw this most affected us during the Cary night out, and all the traffic was there. All the people were trying to park to get there, and I tried to cross the street, and I almost got hit. Even though it's a crosswalk, even though there was lights, and if that's happening there without all this extra traffic, I'm really concerned. So then what's the other route? So I'm thinking again as the board, well, would they come around Geneva and then Cimarron and go through? That seems kind of out of the way. What does the traffic report say? We looked at the traffic report, and the numbers don't add up to me, and I don't understand. How is it that we have this new connection that goes through New Haven or perhaps through Cimarron and not have an increased traffic count? I'm really confused by that. And so how do you say that, yes, this is not going to affect anything because the numbers don't change, but you want people to come through. You want people to get to that other side. So that numbers don't add up to me, and I get really concerned about how this will actually play out. So I appeal to the board to really consider this traffic part and maybe even pump the brakes a little bit and consider what would the traffic flow really look like at the end of the day. These reports, I don't want to say that they're incorrect, but I question them because those numbers just don't line up to me. And in addition to all those extra developments, I don't even know that those numbers were also affected in that traffic report. I'm guessing not, because the petitioner here is the one that provided the report. They don't have much information about these other projects. Maybe they do, I'm not sure, but regardless, I'm not sure if they were in that report. So I just wanted to highlight those major concerns, because $1 million that we get from this investment would mean nothing if a kid gets struck. I mean, it really won't. That $1,000 or $1 million doesn't mean anything to me if we have some damage or some harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
How we doing? Anthony Lazarus, 1248 Cimarron Drive. Been a resident here for 12 years or so. We love the community. We've grown a family here. I live on Cimarron, so I see the traffic that cruises by every day. I'm already kind of leery of letting my kids go to and from their friends' houses just because of the speed. I live kind of close to the corner. The stop sign's a suggestion sometimes. So even that being a bus stop is scary because my kids are there every morning. And just adding another cut through is gonna make that traffic go up. And the other way, like people are going out, in, out. So it's already bad enough as it is. And you talked about collector streets. I know New Haven is a big street. Cimarron's a pretty big street. I don't know if it was designated a collector street, but what about like Hampton, Maine, Collins, Geneva? Are those all gonna, I mean, traffic is going to pull from downtown Cary all the way through there. So those are gonna take abuse and beating. And I mean, when you turn right onto Geneva, it's already pretty rough. We ride our bikes, kids are out there all the time. It's sketchy, but you're gonna add more traffic to that, and I can't see it being safe. And for my kids to be out on the road, I don't wanna see that go up. And it's going to, even if it's a one-way only going out, it's gonna pull people through the neighborhood from everywhere else, because that is the next way out. They're not gonna drive the extra minute or two to industrial or around. They're just gonna rip right down Cimarron. So, I mean, I love my kids. I wanna see them go to their friends' houses, but not at the expense of, sweet, we got $1 million this year. Woohoo! I don't want to see anybody hit.
Thank you very much. He's coming up.
My name is Butch Hedberg, 1321 Geneva Lane. I was at both of the ZPA meetings, this July 17th and the 9/11, and listened very intently. There was a real different tone between the two meetings. The first meeting, the chairperson for the ZPA gave fiduciary homework to do because he felt things weren't met. And upon listening at this 9/11 meeting, I just object to them approving these minutes. As far as the traffic study goes, I believe that the second traffic study performed is inaccurate. It did not include a few routes that connect to New Haven. It's not just New Haven and Georgetown. There's Cimarron, which connects a big majority of the Cimarron subdivision to Geneva, which goes to Collins, which goes to New Haven. When asked about that, I guess they just said, we didn't know we had to do that. So I think that's a major cut through that people are going to take. And I know they did a traffic study, and they can't study something they don't know what's gonna happen. We know what's gonna happen because we see the shortcuts and we see what their people are gonna take. I believe that it was not an unbiased study. The traffic study, from what I understand, was paid for by fiduciary. they said at one meeting, I believe they said that it wasn't them that wanted the traffic light, it was the village. So why would fiduciary pay for the traffic study? Wouldn't it have been the village to pay for it? But then later on, I heard at the second meeting that, no, it's the village, or the fiduciary wanted the traffic light also. It just doesn't pass the smell test to me. And the board chairman, the ZPA board chairman at the 7/17 meeting suggested to fiduciary that they could go, kind of challenged them, there's a possibility they can compare a similar neighborhood that had a cut-through situation in Lake Zurich, near the Walmart there, which ties to Rand Road. Would have been a great study, but they said at the 9/11 meeting, no, they didn't do that. They didn't include that. As far as the traffic study on 9/11, I heard a lot of, we believe, it's my opinion, that people aren't going to alter or sway from their intended route to go somewhere, and I don't believe that's true. I think people look for a shortcut, they find the path of least resistance, and they'll take it. I just feel that you're just downplaying the concern about the volume and danger of traffic that's not going to now run through our neighborhood. And it just reflects the negligence by the village for the safety of its residents and children who live on these streets. It's clear. The second one was home values. I still believe that it was also inaccurate. They did not do a home value study about opening up a cul-de-sac to another neighborhood. They just did, this is adjacent to that neighborhood. Here's a study, and another gentleman gave you all the facts. So again, the ZPA chairman challenged them to use the Lake Zurich comparison. They ignored that. It's apples to apples. So you guys aren't even comparing apples to apples. And it's not rocket science. If you just go on your cell phone and Google or do an AI search and ask the question, will home values be diminished if you open up a cul-de-sac to a major road artery? What I got back is research indicates that homes on a cul-de-sac can sell up to 20% higher than homes on a through street due to their desirable features. And it goes the opposite too. A study found that if you convert a neighborhood street that's a through street and you make it a cul-de-sac, you will significantly decrease in traffic and crime. So it's just apparent that the 9/11 minutes meetings do not meet the village standards concerning traffic, home values, safety, and the overall use and enjoyment of the surrounding property amenities, walking paths, bike paths, and parks. I hope you don't go through with this. I just hate to see what would happen if an expert was to look at this after you pass this and find out a lot of stuff weren't met. What happens then? I'm just curious.
I'm going to ask our traffic engineer who's here, could you address some of his concerns, please? Yeah.
Also, can we address who required the traffic study be done? Because I think that was a direct question we can answer very easily.
Yeah, from the traffic study request was requested by the Village of Cary to be performed as part of the project. So as part of the initial concept plan that was presented to the village board back in December of last year, the petitioner has the ability, as part of the PUD process, to ask for waivers of application requirements. In this case, one of those application requirements is a traffic study. A waiver was not requested for this project, and so they're required to provide the study on the village's request. So staff, village staff, and our engineers worked with consultant, the petitioner and his consultant team on the scope of the project or the scope of the traffic study in the areas that needed to be analyzed and reviewed. Then as part of that submittal, when it was submitted, was reviewed by village staff and also our village engineer. And then we had asked for revisions to the traffic study based off that feedback and had additional intersections reviewed and studied, which included the intersections along Cimarron Drive to expand the study to have more information on that area of the village as well.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Louis Abuna with KLOA principal. We did, as Mr. Simmons said, we did provide the traffic study initially that looked at the impact of the development, and then as a subsequent to the first zoning board meeting, at the direction of the chairman, we went back and did additional analysis that looked at the travel times and the likelihood of people using this extension as a cut-through. And as we concluded in that study, our opinion is that the extension of New Haven will result in a majority of the traffic that will use this extension will be as a result of the redistribution of the traffic in the Cambria subdivision and the adjacent neighborhood. We don't believe that this extension will provide a viable or a convenient alternative route for cut-through traffic. For traffic that's primarily on Three Oaks, on Northwest Highway, on Cary-Algonquin Road, those are major arterials and provide a much quicker and convenient connectivity for the commuter traffic. It does not make sense for a vehicle that is traveling on westbound on Three Oaks that wants to go southbound on 31 to turn left on Georgetown, then turn right on New Haven and go through that meandering road, go through the new development, and then come out of 31 and wait to make a left turn to go south on 31. It just does not make sense. It's not going to save any time. It's not going to save any travel miles in terms of doing that. We do recognize there will be an increase, and as Mr. Simmons showed in one of the slides, we do estimate what the amount of traffic that would be increased as a result of this extension, and it depending if it's two-way versus one-way. It could be 2,400 down to 990 cars a day at the west end of the of New Haven Drive. Those traffic volumes are within the collector road characteristics. Collector roads can carry up to 6,000 cars a day. And the amount of traffic that we're projecting that would increase at the western terminus of New Haven is well within that standard. We understand today is zero, but at the same time, the increase is within the acceptable standards. We did come up with a menu of traffic calming measures, from striping, to speed tables, to speed radar signs, to curb extensions, to islands, and the village consultant came with other menu items, that would help with the traffic calming measures, and those could be implemented, and you could always go back and add, or modify accordingly. But we believe those traffic calming measures have proven to be very effective, and that would even discourage more people from using it as a cut-through versus using it as a more of additional neighborhood connections. You heard some of the residents complaining about speeding today, even though the roadway doesn't go anywhere. So these traffic calming measures will help address these issues that currently exist. Again, providing this connectivity is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It will provide the residents with additional egress to 31. We're hoping to have that intersection signalized at some point in the future. We're currently in discussions with IDOT on that feasibility. But we believe that our study did address the concerns that were raised at the planning commission meetings. Your third-party traffic consultant retained by the village agreed with our findings after we addressed their comments.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to that fact, this the last statement. That's correct.
Yeah, Mike.
Sorry, this is just the last statement from the village engineer that was actually discussed during the zoning hearing. Our engineer concurred with the recommendations or the analysis of the report as well.
Thank you.
I have one question for the engineer or somebody on the
Sure. Could you,
Can someone clearly
Lou, could you come back up to the microphone, please? Yeah.
I was just wondering if anyone can clearly define what unidirectional is, or is it literally one way, meaning the section within Seasons that would be opened would be literally a one-way road, not allowing eastbound access to New Haven?
Yes.
Or is it because one resident expressed some concern that it would just be a posted zone that would state no through traffic.
No.
Not enforced.
There
So
would-
you're saying literally the existing section would remain 2 ways as it currently is, but the proposed section that would connect would be a literal one-way only road, meaning those residents would not be able to travel both ways entering the existing section of New Haven.
I understand the question.
Okay.
So the roadway from the intersection with Route 31 would be 2 ways into the property up until this driveway location here, which is next to, I believe that was Building G in the development. And then the unidirectional would be from where New Haven Drive currently ends in the cul-de-sac, would be 1 way out westbound from that location. So any vehicles that were in the Cambria subdivision would be able to exit out to Route 31. But any vehicles that are on Route 31 or from the development would not be able to go eastbound into the development. And the roadway design would be finalized as far as what that would look like, but the road would likely be narrowed to restrict that one-way traffic from that standpoint. And then the condition from the zoning board was that it would be for one way for all vehicles exiting the Cambria subdivision, but it would allow for 2-way traffic for emergency vehicles.
Thank you. Could it,
Yeah, just a question regarding Brian's comments there. If you go to a one-way, right, is it just gonna be skinnier road? Or what's gonna prevent people from just saying, you know what, I'm going right, I'm going through here anyway?
It would have to be a skinnier roadway as far as there's be physical barriers and then signage to restrict vehicles from going through there. And then it would be an enforcement issue to verify that vehicles do not use that incorrectly.
So it's an enforcement issue to try and stop people from doing that, right? There's not,
That-
like, you're not, excuse me, you're not gonna go like, got a dry throat.
I got a
Yeah.
hose here if you want.
I got one right here. So what I'm thinking is, it's not like you return a rental car.
no.
You go over it?
No,
No.
Yeah.
no.
This is just, we're gonna enforce it and say it's no two-way.
It would have to be designed, and the final design would be worked out with the village engineer as far as what that physical barrier would be to restrict the one-way flow, but the roadway would narrow at the intersection, the last intersection for the driveway, so that if you had a 30-foot pavement width, it may reduce to 15 feet to restrict that extra travel lane, and there'd be signage to restrict vehicles from going that direction. But, there wouldn't be anything that would prevent the vehicle from driving through there, but that would be something we'd have to enforce through police.
That's what I just heard, yeah.
All right, thank you. We're going to hold the second questions until, if we have time. I'm going to finish this side of the room. Anybody else that wants to be on this side of the room, and then we're going to take a 10-minute recess so people can use the washrooms or stand up and stretch their legs.
I don't know if this is allowed. I know I spoke earlier, so if
I'm going to be,
I apologize.
let's hear you.
So initially, I wanted to just harp on transparency. I think that's where people are frustrated. There's not a lot of people in this room here because they want this to happen. And what concerns me is I keep hearing the word belief thrown around, and people, it's no names, it's no specifics. As the gentleman pointed out, there was no survey done. So I'm hearing this connectivity and being part of a community, 100%. But the question I have is, are the people in Cambria and New Haven, Cimarron, are they benefiting from seasons? So can we utilize their pool, their racquetball courts, their pickleball courts? Are we able to utilize that?
No.
So they're able to utilize the items already in our community, but we're not able to benefit from that. I think that's the frustration is, I get your goal of having to plan for Cary of the future, but we are Cary in the present, and we are residents that live here now. So we're frustrated because we're not benefiting from any of the decisions. And when we ask you what has been approved or what is on the table, it sounds like there's uncertainty. That's my frustration as a current resident.
Well, let's finish with the questions, and then the village board will have an opportunity to address what is being
And I
said.
keep hearing that, but you didn't know if the development was approved, you didn't know if the road was approved.
I made that clear. Nothing's been approved yet. The straw polling that we have from the village board is that it's a go for the development.
But
Everybody
nothing's
likes
been
the go.
voted
We will vote on this evening. Nothing has been voted on. There will be a robust debate from the board. We're going to evaluate all the comments that have been made, and we'll move forward with what is in the best interest from what the village board decides.
Okay, and I really hope then, again, I feel like we're getting the weeds on numbers of traffic or whatever. The people that live here currently are vehemently against all of this.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to one more gentleman over here.
Hi, Rich Taylor, 1359 Mulberry Lane. This is my third year here. I moved from 1129 West Palatine Road, a very busy street. So could you imagine me leaving the Jewel trucks on Palatine Road bumps and then coming to listening to geese, duck, and bullfrogs? It's very, very calming. I think your biggest problem is that street should only be used for emergency and authorized vehicles only, one way. You can stop, and you can also make money too for the village, is let people go through. $250 fine. Click. Take a picture of it, you're done. It's a quiet community, and I love it being here. And I just wanted to say that this is going to disrupt a whole bunch of things. Saturday and Friday, I was out on the deck with my son from Des Plaines having cooked pizza. And he goes, wow, Dad, this is beautiful. It's so calm. We saw people walking down the streets, bicycles, kids fishing at the pond, because that's where I'm right behind the pond. So I just want to say, if you guys can really think about it, if you have your own families, to keep that closed, make this a dead-end, dead issue. Thank you.
Sorry, we're going to take a quick break. We'll reconvene here at 8:15. Thank you. Thank you. We're reconvening this meeting. It's 8:15. I want to remind everybody that we're going to try to keep to the 3-minute rule. We have a whole other half of the room to get through, and I'm going to mix it up a little bit. I'm going to start at the back and work. Hold on. You want to start in the front? Yes. Okay. We'll start with the front row. Everybody gets a turn.
My name is Brian Johnson. I live at 375 Copper Canyon Trail. Been a resident here for just under 25 years. I came in here today because, again, I'm watching these signs and everything pop up and they started getting my attention too. I took a drive actually today from that cul-de-sac right there, took it through, and this study that you just got done talking about never talked about Cimarron, what the vehicles would be like coming through there. At least I didn't hear that. But either way, I took that and I went all the way out, and then I took it all the way around, and I came back in to where your proposed area would be. And I shaved 2.5 minutes off just going by the speed that's posted. And I look at that and I go, okay, that's worth noting. Then I look at this and I said to myself, well, let's be honest here, okay? Mr. Mayor, you've made your position so clear that you want this done, okay? This really gets down to something very simple right now, okay? None of you live there around here. None of you are impacted by this. You go home at night, your place has not changed. Nothing's different about what's going to be on your table. Everybody here has made it clear. You keep telling us that you're doing this because this is going to help. Well, everybody that's directly impacted that's going to help are pretty much sitting in this room, and they're all telling you you're wrong, okay? You keep talking about, hey, I want to make a $100 million investment with this. Okay, anybody tell you that this is not going to happen, that they're not going to develop this if they don't have this access? It's really simple. I need a bunch of people in this room who are strong enough to oppose you. That's all it is, because you've made your position clear. You're supposed to be here to protect us. You're supposed to be watching over what's going on. Speed bumps and extra signage and all of this radaring. Are you kidding me? These are all little things you're trying to do to try to take care of what you're going to create here. Don't do it. It's really simple. They're going to develop this property regardless if they have that access or not. Why wouldn't they? You're claiming that it's just for us to be able to come through there, okay? That's why it's one way. Well, wait a minute. Everybody who's talked about this, nobody wants that. So how is that going to benefit? Go ahead, pass your vote. When something terrible happens and when this whole area goes like it's gonna, and we all know that, and you know that, don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. Show some spine tonight and vote this thing down and be done with this.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Wolfgang Klein. I live at 1048 Cimarron Drive in the corner of Cimarron and Sequoia, sorry. I'm an old guy. Okay. All right, so my family moved to Cary 21 years ago. We found a quiet, safe neighborhood to raise our family. Traffic has gotten worse in the recent years. Three Oaks is now busier than ever before, with Stryker purchasing Sage and adding very large warehouse. The city hall moved over here with the police station, and you built by the parks. We have the townhouses getting developed over there. You've got the open land between Aldi's and by the water tower. Something's going to happen there someday. You have that other parcel of land that's right on Three Oaks there that's not being developed yet. Something's going to happen there. How long before that's another set of townhouses that want to run down my Cimarron Drive to go out to catch 31 there because Three Oaks is too busy with all the truck traffic and the employees that are working at Stryker. The other thing that I'm really concerned about is the safety here. We have the two parks, okay? Since we've been here, there's more soccer going on there. There's lacrosse going on there now. The cars, there isn't adequate parking for the people using the park. You tore down the other playground structure that was there and built this nice thing that's beautiful, and there's so many people that come through our neighborhood. We live right on the corner. We see all the families coming by with their strollers and their wagons, hauling all their kids over there to enjoy that park. When the soccer and the lacrosse is going on, there isn't adequate parking, and all the parking spills over into the side streets, and I can't park in front of my own house on a Saturday or Sunday for most of the day because there's no place else for them to park. So you've got cars parked on both sides of the street with little kids coming out thinking about soccer, with the mom thinking about soccer, dragging other kids along with them, coming out between parked cars with hundreds of more cars coming down our streets now because you want to open this road. As other people have said, this development, it's beautiful, but I only care about it if I was living there. I'm not living there, so I really don't give a crap about it. I really don't. All right? And the access that you guys need for your development in order to make the stores that you want to put there be able to be, bring more revenue into you, to be more attractive, you need the stoplight. That stoplight is the problem. The road is the problem. As everyone has said tonight, the traffic is going to increase. And I'm trying to highlight all of this because it's only going to get worse. We're looking at how things are today, and I know you did all these big studies over the past 50 years of long-term planning and so on. None of that really matters today. What matters today is what's happening today. This is our reality, and the traffic is going down our Cimarron Street, flying down our street already. You got the bus stops. People have mentioned that they're concerned about their kids being able to go to their friends' houses, kids going out to the bus stops, and we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of more cars going down our street on a daily basis. And don't tell me that people who normally take Three Oaks, because it's so backed up with the employees from Stryker and the trucks that are on there going through their warehouse, don't tell me they're not going to come down Georgetown and go down Cimarron to cut that off to be able to take a left to go down 31. It's going to happen. We have to think about the unintended consequences of good intentions. We really have to think about that. Here's all your voters. Ladies and gentlemen, here's all your voters. Think about what you're voting on later tonight. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Aaron Myro, 8 New Haven Drive. I have a number of comments. First, it was repeated that New Haven is a collector road. I do not understand how New Haven is zoned a collector road. There are 45 townhouses that are all directly on New Haven. That means there are approximately 65 driveways that all exit directly onto New Haven. That's a lot of people. That should be a local access road, not a collector road. I don't care how it's built. We have been told that the New Haven connection, that the state would not approve the stoplight without the New Haven connection due to a lack of traffic. We've also been told that we should not see a dramatic increase in traffic. Those two statements are at odds. Seasons will not have a social connection to Cary. I know this is something you think they will. They will not. They will have more of a connection to Crystal Lake. Walmart is there. They'll have easier access to Randall Road and 14. They will not care about what's going on in Cary. Additionally, yes, Seasons will be in Cary for the purposes of property tax. They are part of Crystal Lake for school districts, and they're part of Algonquin for the library district for purposes of taxing. So you also won't be seeing that revenue in those areas. Other people have mentioned how the unidirectional traffic will actually be enforced. I have seen people on major roads regularly ignore right in, right out turns. Just, I want to make a left here. So they do. They do it on Three Oaks to turn into Aldi. There's two ways you can turn left into Aldi right there. I've seen them repeatedly make lefts where it's a right in, right out. What makes you think they will obey a unidirectional road unless there is active enforcement there? Someone else mentioned some sort of traffic camera that can snap pictures. Great, that would be perfect. When people when it starts hitting their pocketbooks, they will listen, but without something that says you can't do this and actually affects them, they won't care. You have said that people won't take the cut through to get to 31. With the new development happening on Three Oaks, if someone's trying to get from Three Oaks west to 31 south, they will have to go through 5 stoplights. If they take the cut through, it will be 2. I don't know about you, but I prefer to keep moving. Even if it's slightly slower, even if it's slightly longer, if I'm still moving, I feel like I'm making more progress than sitting at stoplights. That's what we're going to experience. And as far as it not being a truck route, trucks follow GPS. If a truck from Strikers and it's not a driver who is familiar with the area, it says, and their GPS says go south on 31, they're gonna drive down New Haven. Just full stop. Again, unless there's an enforcement mechanism in place. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Galanis, and I live at 304 Georgetown. I am 3 houses from the corner of Cimarron and Georgetown. And just so you know, currently it is extremely busy anyways for me to back out of my driveway and to get onto Georgetown. So what I have resorted to is backing into my driveway so I can pull out instead of having to wait for all of the traffic to go through. Also, when I mow my lawn, I have to go into the bike path and turn my mower around. So that traffic is going to greatly increase because we all know that people will be taking Main Street and going down and either turning right on Cary Algonquin Road and turning left on Cimarron, or they're going to be taking Main Street to Georgetown, Georgetown down to Cimarron, Cimarron, so forth, and out to New Haven, which will greatly increase traffic. And that stop sign there, I don't know what it is, but when people don't make a full stop, there's some kind of noise that goes on. That's going to greatly increase. And you've got all of these bus stops that are on that corner of Georgetown and Cimarron, and you're talking about rush hour traffic, and people are going to be using that to get out onto 31. That is going to create a huge problem. And let me check my notes, please. The last thing. Our safer neighborhood will disappear. It is easy for studies of acceptable traffic if you don't live here. It's also difficult to plan for growth in Cary when you don't live in this affected neighborhood. I am opposed to this. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
We'll go to the next row.
Hi, Chris Nagoda, 1370 Mulberry Lane. Okay, couple things. Brian, when you were doing your presentation, there was a slide about amendments, I think, that had to do with zoning, putting forth their proposition. And I was just trying to write my note real quick when I saw that and moved to the next slide. But I think it said the amendment should promote the public interest, not the developer. So I think we're kind of at odds with that statement. And another thing I wanted to mention that I just jotted down, I've been at the zoning meetings, I was at the open house, I've been to everything. The zoning meeting on 9/11 wanted proved that there was a compromise to do the one-way. But in listening to the mayor tonight, saying that he didn't want the Seasons to be out there as an island, and he wanted them to be connected to Cary. Well, if the uni is just westbound, which means coming from all of Cary, going down New Haven, Cambria, out to 31, how does that bring the Seasons development the other way. I'm getting the vibe from you that you want it to go, this road to go both ways. And that's my fear. I mean, first of all, I don't want the road to go at all, opened up. But my fear is that you're just gonna scratch that recommendation of the zoning department and have the road go both ways, which would be disastrous for our community. Reiterating some concerns I had at the other meeting, I don't understand the need for more apartments and what happens if they don't fill up. You know, who's gonna live there? There's 2 entrances off of 31. You know, there's no need to open up New Haven. We've mentioned that. And it was also mentioned that IDOT's the one that approves the traffic light. And if they don't get enough traffic, they might not approve it. And there may never be a traffic light there. So what are we doing? Why are we destroying our neighborhood for the what-ifs, for transient people that live in apartments? You've got residents here, 24 years, myself in Cambria, other people longer in the other parts of Cary. We're the citizens of Cary. We're the homeowners of Cary. You know, I would think that your loyalties and your duties should be towards us, not a new transient apartment dwellers or the developer. You know, we've talked about the traffic to justify the light. Extending the road brings increased traffic congestion, a safety hazard. We talked about how New Haven is a curvy road, parking on both sides, the kids, the bikes, the dog walkers, the school buses, the strollers. We've existed as a safe, serene neighborhood for 24 years. And I hate to see it be destroyed unnecessarily. My quote from last time, why would you destroy the serenity, sanctity, and safety of an established neighborhood just to appease a developer and transient tenants? And why do our concerns seem to fall on deaf ears? And what is the motivation for adding all the new developments? Is it just a strictly financial motivation? Adding more traffic by opening New Haven will forever change our neighborhood, and it will reduce our property values. Thank you.
Tom Gillis, 26 New Haven Drive. I've lived there since 2008. It's a shame that the lack of communication has brought this thing down to the 11th hour like it has. We wouldn't be here if there had been communication earlier on. And unfortunately, we're here, so let's just get on with it and do what we have to. The communication initially, within 250 feet of the project, you notified, what, 8 or 10 people that there's going to be a big project going on when there's 500 or 600 homes that are going to be impacted by this project. It just is mind-boggling that there wasn't greater notification. Now, the developer at the open house that was held, which really nobody showed up at because nobody knew it was there, he said he did not need New Haven Drive open. Is that not correct, Mr. DeRosa? I'm talking to you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I answered to you, so you tell me if you'd like me to respond or not.
I believe the developer was trying to accommodate the project by referring to our comprehensive plan. Part of the comprehensive plan showed the stubbing of New Haven Road all the way out to Route 31. So I believe he was doing it in what the village was looking for.
That sounds like double talk to me, but that's okay. The traffic study, you talk with the changes, you talk about the average daily trips. They're not average daily trips. You got 75% probably of that additional traffic is going to be between 6:30 and 8:30 a.m. and 4:30 and 6:30 p.m. So I think that's something, you're not looking at spreading that traffic out over the whole day. The rush hours are going to be brutal. Okay. Now, The gentleman earlier said, who's going to benefit from New Haven Drive opening up? At the zoning board meeting in July, Mr. DeRosa stood up and said, my value will improve with the opening of New Haven Drive. So, Mr. DeRosa, nothing personal, but you're the only one that can benefit from this, not us. We're the ones that you should be looking out for. Now, another thing that is just very deficient was the market analysis that was done. That was completely inadequate, and I hope you folks don't consider improving this project without having a real market analysis done. Now, for me, this old jughead is fixing to complete his 84th trip around the sun. It doesn't matter a whole lot to me. My wife and I would just like to, live our last couple years in peace and quiet. Property values, sure, they're going to take a hit. They'll take a good hit if this thing is opened up. It won't matter to us because my kids are in good shape, might get a little ding on their retirement, but I'm not too concerned about that. But what I would concern myself with is the younger families living in the area here that want their home equity protected. And it's not going to happen if you open up New Haven Drive. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Lauren Britton, 1215 Jefferson Lane. First off, I live in Greenfields, and I just want to say thank you for the dog park and the bike trails that link us to Fox Trails. We use it every day. It's awesome. The reason why I'm calling, I just found out about the bus station next to Aldi's, and they told me they cannot go across the railroad tracks, which means they're going to go down Georgetown, and they're going to make a left on Main Street, and they want to put in a light there. I doubt that they would. So basically, they're going to go to Main Street and make a left because they got to go under the tracks at Cary-Algonquin Road. So I don't envision them putting a light at Cimarron or at Industrial Park. Industrial Park is too close to Route 14. But anyway, my concern is not only the buses are already approved, but my concern is I came out here from the city with my family in 1975, my parents, and there's the Cary Grove relationship and the communities, and I've lived on the outskirts of Barrington Hills and Fox River Grove. So when we talk about traffic from Cary, when people are going down Route 14, a lot of people on the outskirts of Barrington, Algonquin, Fox River Grove shop in Crystal Lake. If I'm in downtown Cary, and I'm like, say at BMO Harris, I don't make a left and go on Route 14. I'll take West Main straight west until I get to Georgetown and make a right. And the reason why I do that is I avoid all the traffic lights, and like he said before, it's just a nicer drive and I get there sooner to go shopping over, by Kohl's and so forth. So you're gonna have increased buses. You're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna cut through to get to Walmart. And if you want to build some retail stores off of 31, go ahead, build the retail stores in that 5-acre lot, but don't have it connected to the residential buildings. That's what I'm hoping you guys do, and you say no to it, but you still have the retail spot. And the other thing to consider is some of the old retail malls, the Dollar General, over there. Bulldoze that building and do a 2-story. You could put in a lot of people over there. I mean, you're running out of room in downtown Cary, but I know you're trying to improve it. It looks great, but there is limited space down there. The other thing was, I don't know what the plans are for Hoffman Park. We thought it was going to be an aquatic center. I know it got it on the other side of town, and we love that whole area, but you could build a road extension from 7-Eleven. There's a lot of undeveloped land that you're probably going to develop in the next 30 years. So why not have the traffic come off of Cary-Algonquin right next to 7-Eleven, which would link all that vacant property that you're going to develop someday? So those are my 2 cents, and I've lived here my whole life, so I know the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Monica Grossman, and I live on 168 New Haven Drive. I've been in Cary since 1998. I lived in Fox Trails. I grew up there. I left for college to go to Wisconsin and came back to Cary because we love raising a family here. Now I live on New Haven Drive, raising a small family. I have a small boy who goes to a lot of sports in Cary, so we have to go through Georgetown, through Three Oaks. And my concern is the Three Oaks and 14, which is a very dangerous intersection with the tracks there. There is already an increased traffic I've seen. Since growing up here, 7-Eleven used to be White Pantry. There's a lot of growth and increased population. When I take my kid to practice at Cary Grove Park to Cary Junior High, there is an increased traffic already from Georgetown to Three Oaks to through the tracks, and I have to go around to go to Cary Algonquin Road through Cary Dairy over there just to cut through so that I don't get stuck in that light for another 5-10 minutes and he's late to practice. So I guess my question is, what is your plan for that intersection?
Great question. Part of my other role is Vice President McHenry County Council of Government. We've identified all the major intersections in the county that need improvements to continue to move our traffic and our commerce and our residents safely through the county. And we have identified there's the top 3 intersections that we're lobbying for with our legislators and IDOT is Route 14 and Three Oaks, Route 14 and West Main in downtown, and Three Oaks and 31. Those are the top 3 intersections that we are lobbying for to have improvements so that we can move traffic to and from safely, more efficiently, and those are the things that are going to make a big difference in our community. So we work on these things all the time.
And those improvements will be done before the development?
Well, it just depends on the funding for the state. We work with our lobbyists and we work with our state legislators. I have meetings with IDOT regarding all of these projects. I have meetings with the governor about our projects. A lot more things that we're talking about the governor with lately, too. It's a lot of things that are going on that aren't good. The whole transit system is blowing up as we speak. So when we look at long-term planning, we look at making sure that our residents and our businesses are able to move through all of our intersections and all through our streets in a safe, effective way. So these are things that we're working on right now. We have I could show you our mock-ups for it to show how these things will work. Completely changing the Route 14 and Three Oaks intersection, which is our most dangerous intersection in town. Everybody seems to think it's Route 14 at West Main. That's just not true. It's Three Oaks and Route 14. So we are working with the state, trying to come up with a plan so that we can get funding to make sure that that gets done. Because remember, state owns Route 14. It's actually a federal road run by the state of Illinois.
So Three Oaks and Main Street. How you said you've been working on that. So what are the improvements from what you've been working on? Because
we're for the Route 14 and Main Street.
Yes.
Re-identifying the lane markings in our comprehensive plan. I know we refer to this a lot, but we spend a lot of time and energy. You know, a boatload of people were part of this. Part of identified in our comprehensive plan is to completely realign that intersection.
What about Three Oaks and 14?
There would be added a couple of turn lanes. There would be right-hand turn lanes going onto Three Oaks. We're looking at 2 left-hand turn lanes going, I guess westbound on Three Oaks. 2 right-hand turn lanes going eastbound on Three Oaks, opening up that whole intersection, making it a little bit safer and faster to move through.
And when will that be implemented?
When we get funding for it.
I have one more concern. Since we live on New Haven, we are directly impacted by that connection. I know your kids are probably grown by now, but I have a little boy who likes to play and ride his scooter and bikes. What other measures of safety that you will put on that road, or why do we need to open that road for seasons at Cary residents?
Well, we were looking at the various traffic calming measures, shrinking the road with lane markings. That road has absolutely no pavement markings at all, with the exception of the approach to Georgetown. So by introducing more centerline traffic, identifying the parking lanes that are there and a potential bike lane, these are all things that we're working on. curb push-outs to shorten, or what's the word I'm looking for? Narrow the roadway. Doing raised curbs, raised walkways, identifying more walkways, adding more lights, the flashing lights that would allow people to cross the street. We're looking at speed signs.
And
These
this
are
is
all
on New
things-
Haven Drive?
On New Haven Drive, yes.
Is there any way that they can just go around and not open that connectivity?
Well, I think that
Because we
that's
go
something that the
around
board.
already.
Yeah, I understand, but we're looking at the connectivity of the entire community. Well, thank you. We've given you a lot of time here. Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Linda Barrett, 500 New Haven Drive. And I'd like to just say thank you to all the trustees. I know we're kind of a brutal crowd, so I appreciate your patience. I do want to say, Mr. DeRosa, it's a beautiful development. I think you have every right to say that these people acknowledge that. It's beautifully done. I think a couple of things. One, I just want to state, I know a lot of these people up here. I've known them for years. And I think beating everybody up and making it seem like it's just one person, I even find it offensive because I love a lot of these people up here. So I'm just going to first say that when you are stewarding an entire village, I understand it's a lot. And to follow what you have as a comprehensive plan, because your job is to help develop the village. So listen, it's a hard job. I want you to know, I applaud all that work, even though I know you guys get beat up constantly. So really, these are human beings up here too, okay? Can we just keep that in mind? All right, what I'd like to say is, I know that in the past in other communities that they've allowed for villages to do land swaps with some of the park districts. I think it might be worthwhile to just evaluate some of those areas that do exist for the village that I know you guys have your eyes on and probably have like batted around a few times. So maybe consider some of those as options that might be viable to get the road through back to what is Main Street. And I will say that Main Street to me has already been developed as what is a true collector. The distance and the space within that proximity already exists. So it could be developed further south of us with those kinds of thoughts in mind with another road that wouldn't really impede what is New Haven Drive. So I'm just trying to come to you with some solutions, which would be probably nice for you to have every so often. And then I do want to also say that the traffic studies, while I did entertain lots of other comments from people who live on the other side of Cary, and many of them said that they wouldn't bother cutting through. They would probably just stick down Three Oaks. And that one or two of them made me think about some other options. That yes, because Sage was closed, it might make it less traffic in front of my house if some of my people in the community just left out of New Haven to 31. I think the concern that we have is that New Haven already kind of feels like a raceway. You're not over there all the time. I mean, we've complained. The Port Police Department has got like so many things on record. The road is a little more narrow than you actually think it is, and it gets black ice horribly. It might have been the thickness that you intended to interpret a connector, but as in the letter I sent to all of you guys, I did call out the fact that I've never seen any ordinance passed. It's never gone in front of us or the zoning board to actually change it from a local road to a connector road. And I would like that to be presented to the public so that we understand what's the paperwork. So that I have it all on record, I'd like to present my traffic pattern summary and my concerns about the number of traffic and how it would increase 40% based on even their numbers, which is a lot of traffic. comparison for the traffic study, including some of the other routes. I'd like to also submit the classification for a collector, from a local road to a collector and what is required. And then the last is the calming measures, public engagement, evidence of press releases, and then the FOIA requests. And then the last thing that I want to submit is when people do buy in a cul-de-sac, and you know Ellen's an intelligent woman who's been doing this for years, traffic rates of speed when they increase and the duration of that amount of traffic, especially during high traffic, it does impact the value of people's homes. So I'd like to submit this to Scott.
I'll give it to Nick over here. Nick will take it.
And thank you. I really, really mean it. I appreciate getting the opportunity to present. I care about my community, and I want what's best. And I think keeping New Haven closed really would be the best thing.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me? All right. Sitting here since you guys started, and I felt like I'm in the timeshare thing with the presentations. You did a wonderful job, but with the video and stuff like that, it felt like a timeshare. But I'm here for the road, not the apartments. You know, that's about making money. I live at 566 New Haven Drive. This is my second time in front of you guys. First time we talked about community and how that looked to me. So when we talked about the road being open, I did my survey. I understand there was a survey, well, not a survey, but a study. But my survey was the people across the tracks, them coming over through our neighborhood. And they said that the road, the New Haven Road, if that was open, they would have used it. They would have used that road. And these are young kids that I'm talking to. High schoolers, graduated from high school. And they said would have cut through New Haven. So if that was high schoolers cutting through, and they graduated maybe 4 years ago, we're going to have that family, that community on the other side of the tracks cutting through both ways. So the two options for the road was you got bi-directional or two ways, right? So put the third option in. It doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. So I haven't heard that option with your study, Mr. Bryan. I haven't heard that. I still have 37 seconds.
Pardon me? I thought you said that's what I'm sorry.
No.
I
I still have 30. But I just want to say all the opinions, not from us, but from the studies, it's like we should go around. Well, that's just ridiculous, was what I heard, that we should want that to be open. And it's ridiculous that we have to go to Georgetown, Three Oaks to get to where we want to go. It's not ridiculous. It's just what happens. It's ridiculous to create a hazard in the expressway, not a collector road, the expressway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next row. Anybody in the next row?
Been sitting here a long time.
Hello, I'm Susan Clark. I live at 1582 New Haven Drive. I support all those comments that were made. Most upsetting to me, two things. The traffic study is completely ineffective. We needed somebody who understands Cary, who knows what the ways around are, to have done that traffic study. It's not taking into consideration the traffic from Main Street. It's not taking into consideration Cimarron. It's not looking at the maps that we input where our destination is, and oh, it's taking me down Cimarron. I refuse to go that way. I'm not going to cut through a residential neighborhood to save myself 30 seconds. So I go around like you're supposed to. The traffic apps will pick up in no time at all, and whether it's one direction or two, we will have that additional traffic. Nobody took into consideration the new townhomes. Nobody took into consideration the bus yard that's going in. The traffic study that was done is completely ineffective. We all know that, and we know that it's going to be far more traffic than what is being presented. And then you're saying that you believe that this is going to benefit the community. And if that's truly what's in your heart, then that makes me happy that the community is what's driving you to make decisions. But we are your community. And we're here telling you we don't want this. We want a safe place to live. We don't want additional traffic on our roads. We don't want our home values to go down. We're the people you're making this decision about. So please consider us.
Thank you.
Ginny Palumbo, 1387 New Haven Drive. So I read the Daily Herald, July 20th, where you said to the transit, stay in your lane. I'm asking you to stay in your lane on New Haven. We are a community. We have been this way for over 20 years. And you want to open it up. We have been voting to open this, you are voting to open this area for your financial gain, and to be honest, that's laughable. If you truly believe it will draw people to your beautiful downtown, in reality, you're giving them an easier route to shop Crystal Lake and Lake in the Hills. New Haven is already a busy street. Your own traffic study shows that the number of cars traveling on New Haven is nearly the same as Cimarron, which you've identified as a collector road. Does that make sense? Cimarron is already considered a cut-through in your minds, yet somehow you don't think New Haven will be. In all practical purposes, you want this so your cherished development will get the traffic light that they want. And yes, Mr. DeRosa, you even told me it was the village that wanted you to open up New Haven. You didn't answer that question. You referred to the village, but it was you, because I was there. You have heard countless arguments from residents about the increased traffic, yet you continue to ignore these concerns. Instead of addressing the root of the problem, your solution is to take parking away from New Haven residents, parking they have relied on for more than 20 years. Also, the association, when they do work on the first 8 buildings. We'll say there's 2.3 cars per building. There's a minimum 5 units per building. That is 92 cars that are going to have to park on one side of the street. So you're going to have some residents that are in the first building, they get home late, and they're going to be parked a mile away because you have all the drives and 92 cars. Does that make sense? Or should the association do less work so that we can open your New Haven? To make matters worse, I've been told by a neighbor that this is essentially a done deal, that the village quietly approved it amongst themselves long ago. You'll likely deny this, but according to my neighbor, who has a relative on the board, this decision was made back in December. If that's true, then this entire public process feels nothing more than a formality.
go up and voice and just say their name and that you agree. And I think it's important that all of your voices be put on the formal record as to who you are, where you live, and that you are adamantly opposed to them connecting New Haven Road. So would anybody like to do that right now before I speak?
Just take a formal poll. Who does one? What?
Debbie Erlbacher, 1374 Mulberry Lane. I am completely against this.
Thank you. Yes.
Angeline English, 1155 Chicory Ridge, and I'm opposed to the connection. Please don't do it.
Mary Lee Lindahl, 1246 Chicory Ridge Trail. I'm opposed to this.
Stephen Kearney, 1364 Geneva. I oppose the extension.
I oppose the extension. Lori Reynolds, 1166 Saddle Ridge Trail.
I oppose the New Haven extension. Jason Kluge, 1383 Collins Drive.
Cindy Bogard, 172 New Haven. I oppose the extension.
I oppose the extension. Logan Hedberg, 1321 Geneva Lane.
Jennifer Zimmerman, 1305 New Haven Drive, and I oppose.
Tony Armando, 1323 Mulberry, I oppose.
Paula Polston, 105 Cimarron, I oppose the New Haven extension.
Jadira Guillo, 1575 New Haven Drive.
Sherry Collins, 1317 Collins Drive. I oppose the extension.
Sandra Pabianskis, 105 Augusta Lane. I oppose.
Anton Shigali, 100 Augusta Lane. I oppose.
Melanie Shigali, 100 Augusta Lane, and I oppose the road extension.
Jeremiah Barrett, 557 Krenz. I oppose.
Chris Georges, 112 Augusta Lane. I oppose the New Haven extension.
Al Wilhoit, 99 Cimarron Drive. I also oppose.
Hi, I'm Tina Klein, 1048 Cimarron Drive. I oppose the extension.
I am Joe Kalis, 1121 East Danbury Drive, and I deeply oppose the extension.
I am Nancy Wilhoit, 99 Cimarron Drive, and I oppose the extension.
Kathy Brandwine, 932 West Main Street. I oppose the extension to 31.
Jeff Fogard, 172 New Haven. I oppose.
Jenny Della Grazie, 566 New Haven Drive, and I oppose.
Christy McCall, 731 Manitou Street, I oppose.
Marie Wagner, 986 West Main Street, I oppose.
Patty Hageley, 1327 New Haven Drive. For 22 years, this does not affect any of you. It affects all of us. You should listen to us.
Martha Ritter, 239 North School Street. I oppose that, and I also oppose Maplewood. Thank you.
Chris Nagoda, 1370 Mulberry Lane. I absolutely oppose this extension.
Hi there, this is again Linda Deacon. I didn't say I oppose it, but I do oppose it.
Cynthia Galanis, 304 Georgetown Drive, I oppose.
Could you come up and make your comments now, please? I would have done that at the end of the meeting.
I've never been through this process before, sir. I'd rather be anywhere else than here tonight. I'd rather be anywhere else than here tonight. I'm going to take a little bit more than 3 minutes of my time. My son is here, so I'm going to be taking up his. Good evening. I would first like to thank you all for your service. We are here not to fight you. We are here to help you. We understand you have a job to manage the infrastructure and that you believe you are acting in the greater good of Cary at large. We are here to state is that opening New Haven Drive to Route 31 which is a major highway that, according to the Illinois Department of Transportation statistics, generates 28,000 vehicles per day, is not a good idea. This traffic is projected to increase to 339,000 by 2040. The problem? The previous infrastructure roadway plan was to connect West Main Street to Route 31, but the mayor of Cary lived on West Main Street and decided to change that. This created a future problem of a network of local roads not designed to be collector roads, including New Haven. We get it. The problem is your solution, which makes sense to you, but hurts us who happen to live on this side of Cary, specifically the Cambria and Cimarron neighborhoods. You defer to the comprehensive plan as your right to move forward with this development. Cambria was completed in 2006. The comprehensive plan was started in 2013. 7 years after people agreed to pay an extra $30,000 each in special service area taxes for this neighborhood. We know this is a bad idea because we live here. We drive these streets daily and are intimately aware of how curvy they are, how much traffic flows through them, and how fast drivers speed through them. New Haven is a very curvy road and has one major curve behind Stryker that is very sharp and dangerous, like the curve on Rawson Bridge Road by the Broken Oar, where they had to install guardrails to prevent people from driving into the river. The speed limit on Rawson Bridge Road there is 20 miles per hour. The speed limit on New Haven is currently 25 miles per hour. This is just one of many reasons connecting New Haven to Route 31 is problematic. Also, on one hand, you guys are trying to convince us the traffic is only going to increase by 300 cars, but you need 100 cars an hour to flow through this intersection to get your light. That is a conflict, and that doesn't make any sense. Another issue is the width of the road. According to the comprehensive plan and IDOT, New Haven is currently a local road. Its status is pending becoming a collector road by you connecting it to Route 31. According to the City of Crystal Lake's Article 4 Development and Design Standards, a typical major collector road minimum is 80 feet. Their typical minimum standard for minor collector road is 70 feet, with some smaller collectors minimum being 50 feet. Your comprehensive plan reads, collectors are 60 to 80 feet wide. So how can you turn a local street with a width of 36 feet into a collector road when your own plan states it doesn't measure up? Change the standards from the previous land development ordinance section 3.20 to the unified ordinance development created in 2019 to accommodate your plan. Currently, New Haven Road is 36 feet wide. We measured it today. I believe earlier you had a screen up there that said it was 70 feet wide. That is not a fact. New Haven Drive is only 30 to 36 feet wide, depending on where you measure it, and you want to attach it to a major highway that is, again, currently has 28,000 vehicles a day flow through it. Collector road speeds are typically 40 to 50 miles per hour. Driveways should be limited or discouraged. There are 72 driveways off of New Haven, with 12 driveways connected to each of those driveways. That's 864 driveways. You're trying to jam a square block into a round hole to make this happen, and our safety is at risk. In the comprehension plan, New Haven was always supposed to be one way. The committee claimed it was a compromise to make it one way. There was no compromise. Furthermore, opening New Haven creates other problems. If this connection were to be made, it would provide a cut-through for the eastward area, including the entire neighborhoods of Cimarron and Cambria. This will cause Google Maps to reroute people from downtown Cary, the Metro Train area, and Cary-Algonquin Road through West Main and Cimarron to more of our local roads, namely Hampton, Geneva, and Collins. All of these local roads are even more narrow. They are only 29 feet wide and even more curvy. These roads are not designed for the amount of cut-through traffic that would be utilized by drivers as a result of this connection. There are 6 parks, plus 2 soccer fields and both entrances of Hoffman Park along these roads. This creates a very dangerous situation for our children and the residents who live on near these streets. If traffic isn't going to be a problem, then why do you need traffic calming measures? In fact, it was Mr. Abuna who said robust traffic calming measures.
Wrap up your comments, please.
I said I was going to use my son's, and I have a little bit more to say. Now I've lost my place. Safety is precisely what we residents are most concerned about. We are especially concerned by the fact that you seem to want to convince us this change will not be dangerous. There is a report by the Community and Environmental Defense Services titled Cut Through. I quote, "Of all our roads, neighborhood streets have the highest accident rate, and these accidents involve a substantially higher percentage of pedestrians and cyclists when compared to those occurring to other roads. Excessive cut-through traffic is a key factor, jeopardizing the safety of our neighborhood streets. As main roads become more congested, cut-through traffic increases. Research has determined cut-through traffic tends to operate at a higher speed, which increases the likelihood of accidents and the severity of injury. A pedestrian is nearly twice as likely to die if struck by a car traveling at 30 miles per hour compared to 20 miles per hour. As speed increases, drivers' field of vision narrows, which makes it more likely that pedestrians will not be seen nearby until it's too late to avoid an accident. A car traveling at 30 miles an hour requires twice the distance to fully stop compared to 20 miles per hour. Of even greater concern are situations where traffic volume increases because a court or cul-de-sac dead-end street is turned into a through street. As traffic volume increases on a neighborhood street, so does vehicle speed, accident frequency, noise, and even crime. All of these impacts then decrease property value. It goes on to say cul-de-sac residents paid a premium of 20 to 29% more to enjoy their dead end because of the many benefits of reduced traffic and safety. I searched through the UDO Title 14 and could not find the standards as to how wide a road needs to be and what maximum is of how many roads are allowed to flow through these streets. That is very interesting and concerning. What are these standards? The traffic study you provided does not meet the standards because it did not include the entire scope of the network of roads that will come into play if this connection were to be made. It was not data-driven. It was opinion stated and dictated by the board as to what they should and should not include. It did not include West Main Street, Geneva Lane, and Collins. Another safety concern is crime. The Bureau of Justice reports The Bureau of Justice reports that renters generally experience higher rates of burglary than homeowners. According to the National Crime Prevention Council, apartments have an 85% higher chance of being burglarized than single-family homes. A key reason cited is the high foot traffic in complexes where burglars can blend in and move around unnoticed. Opening New Haven will give access to people who do not live in our neighborhood. We have had 3 robberies near our house. Connecting New Haven to our neighborhood will open a way out for criminals who have no way out, who now have no way out. Ask any police officer. And will you hire more police to protect us? Other standards not met.
I'm going to ask you again. We've got a whole half of a room.
Other standards not met. Property values of our surrounding and adjacent property will not be diminished. Because of increased traffic and safety issues, opening a cul-de-sac to our major highway will bring down property values. Your assessment did not meet the standard to prove this. It is to prove this is not true. as it did not include an accurate comparison. They cited only one example of a home sold next to the apartments install that was 22 years younger than the other two and included a finished basement. The other two had no basements at all. It also did not include any data as to the effect of values in a neighborhood in which they connected it to a 360-unit apartment complex and a major highway next to a Walmart. Also, impact on the other property shall not be inconsistent with the community character of the neighborhood and shall not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. We hold that this will fundamentally alter the essential character of the neighborhood. We object and hold you accountable that you can not vote to approve this proposal based on the fact that you have not met these standards according to your own UDO 14.9.3.5.
Thank you very much for your comments.
I'm not finished.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We've given you way too much time.
Prior to the board taking any action to approve,
This is ridiculous.
deny, or approve with conditions, any conditional use permit or variation, the board shall make findings of fact as to whether the standard for variations, continual use permits, or any other standards in this title about which
Mr. Miller, you
there
can sit
has
down.
been
This is-
substantial controversy have been met.
I'm
quoting
going to
your
ask
own
you
rules to
one
you,
last
sir.
time, ma'am. We have given
you
you
ever done
more time. I'm
something
trying to be
later
fair
that you
to
later
everybody
regret?
that's sitting in this room.
Now is the time to do the right thing and make residents feel heard and cared about. Please do not connect New Haven to 31. Just say no.
David Miller, 65 Northwest Highway. I live in Cary my whole life. I have problems with the whole subdivision that I'd like to see more commercial. I think it's, too high density, and I think the only benefit to doing New Haven Drive is to the developer to get the head count to get the stoplight. If there was no stoplight, they probably wouldn't have that high a density, and I think it's one-sided to do a one-way lane into it, which helped the subdivision out, but it really helps out the developer to get that stoplight. I think without the stoplight, he's gonna be hard-pressed to get that many houses in there. I'd like to see more commercial on Route 31, move the stormwater back. The first plan showed buildings in District 300. Those are no longer in there. Now it's all 155, 147. But I think the only benefit to that extension of the road would be just a developer to get the stoplight. I don't think that's needed to help out the village of Cary.
Remind you, we're trying to keep to 3 minutes.
It's going to be shorter than that.
Thank you.
Because I wasn't planning on talking.
Thank you for
My name's
talking.
Marty Gunther. I live at 1201 West Danbury. I've been a 40-year resident of Cary. I grew up in Brigadoon. And I wasn't going to speak until I heard about the traffic study. And I just want to let you know, as someone who lived in Brigadoon, I would have loved to have that access to 31. So the fact that you're thinking that no one in Brigadoon, downtown, down by the river is not going to be driving through Main Street or Cimarron is ludicrous. It is going to have major impact, major increase in traffic and safety issues. Thank you.
We'll go to the next person in line, please.
Keith Hagley, 1327 New Haven Drive. Currently, I have difficulty backing out of my driveway because of the amount of cars. When Luter Drive opened up, I'm sure that's a way to get to Walmart, but to me, it seems like probably 80% of that traffic is commuter traffic going through. That stop sign at Three Oaks and Luter Drive, many times I've seen that's optional. The point is, people find ways to get around another route, and they would use this route as well. I just have one simple question. Why can't people take Three Oaks Road to Route 31 to Seasons? Thank you.
Respectfully, Kim Bennett, 1438 New Haven Drive. I've been to a lot of the meetings. I know you're very passionate about the project. I get it. You know, I've lived here 23 years. I've served my community for 12 of that. And I just really love Cambria and New Haven Drive. It's a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. And I just fear what will happen when that street opens up and we have all those calming measures in place, what that will do to our neighborhood. I echo everyone else here and all of their concerns. But I just want to say, I just really hope that you will think long and hard about it. Please. Thank you.
Go to the next person, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Richard Staler. I live at 1533 Summerhill Lane. The reason I came up here today, I was actually sitting in my home, peacefully watching on YouTube. So thank you for the stream. Very nice of you. Why did I come up here, though? Because something was said earlier that ticked me off enough that I had to come all the way up here to talk to you about. So, let's talk about it. Earlier today, the gentleman at 29 Montclair Drive came up and talked about how due process was not followed. Due process was not followed in his case. During the time that he was up here at the ZPA meetings, if you watch the YouTube recording, he started talking at 2:01, 2 hours and 1 minute in, and he got cut off at 2 minutes and 14 minutes in. 2 hours, 14 minutes in. So he had 13 minutes to talk. He mentioned he had 30 minutes of discussion. During that time, he said, the council member said, I want to ask a question as humbly as I can. I want to give other residents the opportunity. So I don't know how much more you have. He cut him off. That's it. That's all. I wanted to just rebut what the attorney said earlier. I don't know, attorney, Mr. Scott. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that he was indeed cut off. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patty Hewlin. I live at 1174 Cimarron Drive in Cary. I would like you or encourage you to put some glasses on as the board members so that you can currently see what my daughter's vision is. This just gives you a little example of how she sees today. So if you're willing to do that, I'd really appreciate it. The glasses, I believe, are clean. There's no problem there. But I've been living in Cimarron since 1999. My husband, Walter, and I raised 4 children here in Cary. 2 of our children were born deaf and are losing their vision. Our youngest daughter, who's now 21, is legally blind. She'll be graduating from Iowa State University this spring, and she'll be living on Cimarron Drive upon graduation. When the Cambria subdivision was being developed, we expressed many concerns. The comprehensive plan of the builder included 3 east-west access points, including West Main Street. That was the most likely greatest access because it already had an existing stoplight. Cimarron Drive in New Haven. Really cool, right? Allowing even flow of traffic. Unfortunately, at the time, Mayor Huffer was living on West Main Street and would not allow the connection. The failure of this land usage is the critical oversight and why we're here today. The traffic safety study excluded modeling east-west cut-through patterns connecting Cary-Algonquin Road to US 14. New Haven was designed as a local residential street and not a collector road. No ordinance or map has been produced reclassifying it. As a resident, I want proof of evidence of the official reclassification of New Haven's local street status. Current traffic on New Haven and Georgetown is currently 2,300 cars per day, with many residents voicing unsafe traffic conditions currently. Calming measures on New Haven have not yet been addressed. Not even with a one-way scenario, it adds nearly 1,000 vehicles per day. Doesn't sound like a big deal, right? During peak times between 4:30 and 5:30, and this is done by your traffic safety person, expect about 150 to 170 vehicles per hour. That's 1 every 20 to 25 seconds. The developer's own study predicts, even with the one-way comparison, 900 new daily trips are expected, or roughly 1 additional vehicle every 40 seconds during peak p.m. peak times. Cimarron drives a collector, but ends up with 2 back-to-back cul-de-sacs at Geneva and Collins, which are local roads. This makes it not possible to connect Cimarron, Geneva, and Collins into New Haven and out to Route 31. This is a land usage violation. ZPA meetings are not public forums, and the board members should be presented to hear the concerns of what those in the community have to say. No map or comprehensive plan, to my knowledge, has been updated or adopted after the public hearing. Collector design standards applied inconsistently. So using New Haven as a collector has been really inconsistent in what we've been told. It's either been inconsistent or not applied at all. Traffic study assumes collector status without referencing and adopting classified maps. Before occupancy permits are granted, the village must implement traffic calming and publish IDOT's full concerns regarding signal timing and diversion. While traffic calming measures are proposed, where they will be located and when they will be implemented are not part of this project. I haven't heard anything about what the exact specifics are going to be. I sat down with Eric this week. We talked about calming measures. We discussed them kind of in depth. He said, adding calming measures that would be road bumps would not really be great because then the traffic with the snowplows are going to take too big of a beating. A lot of the calming measures he talks about said they don't really work. They're good, but they don't really work. In conclusion, I'd like to refer to the table, and I'll go through this really quickly. So 20 miles per hour, your stopping distance is 40 to 45 feet. Fatality risk is 5%. 30 miles per hour, your stopping is 70, 80 feet. Your fatality risk is at 40%. 40 miles per hour, stopping distance is 120 to 140 feet. Fatality is at 80%. The lives of the current residents and families are in your hands. It's not about the convenience of shopping and getting from point A to point B 2 to 3 minutes faster. It's about saving lives. I take call at Good Shepherd. I'm a registered nurse there. I take call for the operating room. So during the day when the kids are playing at the park, if somebody gets hit by a car, if they're not airlifted out to Lutheran or Lurie, I'm the one going in. You're going to save lives. We don't know which lives we're going to save because hopefully we'll never know. But if you vote this extension to not go through, you're going to save a life. We just don't know whose life it's going to be because hopefully we'll never know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hewlin, and thank you for meeting with us last week. And as we had a good discussion about traffic calming, and I did mention, yes, speed bumps were not very effective. Oops. But the other measures we did talk about, like the lane narrowing, the raised crosswalks, other options that were suggested in the traffic study and will be reviewed, are effective. But I appreciated the discussion we had and appreciated that.
I'll come around to you, I promise. Let's go to the next person.
Hello, my name is Michael Morello. I'm at 1323 Mulberry Lane, and I am strongly opposed to connecting New Haven to Route 31. I'd like to make a couple of comments. These are more for the record. We have heard that, one, I have not heard any real benefit of connecting New Haven to Route 31. The mayor has indicated that he believes that this will increase community connectivity, but I've seen no data to support that contention. The other aspect of that is we've also heard that this connection to Route 31 is in the comprehensive plan. But as we've seen tonight, Mr. Simmons has presented multiple instances where the comprehensive plan has been changed drastically to make changes to how any connection between the village to Route 31 is done. I'd also like the board to consider the number of residents in Cambria and Cimarron that will be negatively impacted by this connection of New Haven to Route 31 relative to what perceived benefits and the number of people that might benefit from this connection. And the one other thing is we talk about traffic patterns and things like that. I'd ask everybody to take a look at a phone app called Waze that kind of directs you around traffic issues. It's going to bring a lot of people through this area. And finally, it was brought up earlier, there was asked if there's been a survey of the residents of Cambria and Cimarron. And I'd like to point out to my fellow citizens that we do have regular surveys. They come up on at least a semi-annual basis. They're called elections. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alex Soriano, live at 1400 Collins Drive. I live in New Haven, right in the corner. So I've been in this beautiful community for 8 years, but what I see is indescribable. I saw a kid got hit in New Haven, outside of my house. I've been coming home and my tree came down in the house, some car went inside, and I can't even imagine what's gonna happen with more traffic. I'm really concerned of all these kids. My kid, he don't play soccer anymore in the backyard because a couple times the soccer ball got popped for the cars. They're coming so fast already. So I'm very concerned of that. If this come through, I will have to move out of my community, and I love everybody here. So I is against to this. Please don't do it. This is not good for a community. Another thing, I'm very involved with the soccer teams and Cary. I'm volunteered teach kids to play. So we play in Caper Park. And several times, our soccer balls, the park is so close to the edge, the soccer balls go into the road. And a couple times they almost hit our kids. So I'm very concerned with this. I understand this is about money, but it's also safety for our kids. It's our community. We need to stand up on this and stop this. This is not good for us. Thank you so much.
My name is Richard Yell. I'm from 1409 New Haven Drive. I wanted to start out by mentioning the billboards, the signs, the emails, and the website that was created. I want to give props to 21-year-old Ryan Hewlin. I don't know how many people are here for what he did, but the ingenuity and the work ethic he showed is phenomenal. Patty, you should be proud. But I wanted to start out with connectivity. You mentioned that, and you mentioned, I mean, obviously you want a new development to be part of our community. But if this is going one way, west, to Route 31, they don't have that connection. They're still going to have to come around to get to the stores, to get to the restaurants in Cary. They're still going to have to go out to 31, down to 3 Oaks Road or 14 to get into Cary. This isn't helping them at all. I don't know how it's actually helping your development. Your development's beautiful, but from my having all this traffic shooting through there, it's the same. You have the same issue that we do. You have all these cars going your way. So I don't understand how that actually helps. But in regards to the situation as far as having the collector road, that issue, and again, it's not the fault of anybody up here. That issue came up years ago when Main Street was considered a collector road, and a previous mayor who lived on the west side of Main Street shot that down. So that really has created a situation where we're now the victims of basically what's turned into a poorly planned growth project. Because as far as, I mean, and like we mentioned before, I met with Patty the other day, and Patty kept referring to New Haven as a residential road. He kept referring to, Eric, you referred to it as a residential collector road. And yes, It may be in there in the new comprehensive plans, but as of right now, it's a residential road. I mean, New Haven Drive is basically located within, the New Haven townhouses, Cambria community. Residential roads are characterized by low speed, low traffic volume, and the purpose of providing access to adjacent homes. Residential roads are built to be pedestrian-oriented with features like sidewalks and to discourage through traffic. In contrast, a collector road gathers traffic from local streets and transfers it to the arterial roads. Collector roads are designed for speeds of around 40 miles an hour. Driveways are discouraged or extremely limited. I'm going to mention some roads here. We've got Cary Algonquin Road. We've got Three Oaks Road, Industrial Drive, Rakow Road, Clausen Road, Sands Road, Crystal Lake Ave, West Rawson Bridge Road, Lutter Drive. What do they all have in common? They're all collector roads, and they all have minimal or no residences on there. And the gentleman here brought up 65 driveways. My son and I drove up and down New Haven. It's exactly 74. 74 driveways. 74 driveways to 370 residences. This is a residential road. You can't take away those driveways. They're already there. Those people are already there. And as we discuss this, and as we discuss traffic, as we discuss property values, the number one issue here, the number one issue is safety. Lastly, I have an autistic son. He's 23 years old, but he will never have an academic level of higher than 3rd to 5th grade. He loves to walk around the neighborhood, especially on garbage day. He follows the garbage man all over the neighborhood, and the recycling guy talks with them, and that's how he spends his Monday mornings. Okay? And in regards to, I have to be concerned with, I work from home, okay? My concern is when he's crossing the road, and you've got you know how they are with the curves here, and the people coming around at 40 miles an hour, okay? I just basically, I shouldn't have to worry about him coming home. That's not fair. It should be safe. And that's the number one concern I have with this. And I am speaking because I want to make sure that I put this on record, because if this does get passed and something happens to my son, you know who I'll be suing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bradley Slavic. I live at 1609 Three Oaks Road, so I'm not that close to these people. However, I am a voter in Cary. I've listened to these arguments that people have made. First of all, I wasn't that opposed to it being a connector until I heard that the street is 36 feet wide, because I'm not really a big fan of having sidled neighborhoods that can get cut off in a disaster, an emergency, any sort of thing. And personally, I think if you're going to do it that way, I probably wouldn't connect it, but I would actually put a padlocked gate there that you could open up to let people out if they needed to evacuate at some point, that the cops could come and cut the lock and let them out of the neighborhood if there's some reason they couldn't get out the other way. Second of all, I don't really like that road up there 600 feet from the other stoplight road. If you're going to do this apartment thing, I think the road should be at the other end. And first, you people have been very patient. I mean, you've been very polite to everybody here. And pretty much everyone here has been very polite, and you've made yourself heard in a polite, respectful manner, and I appreciate that. But lastly, the thing that really bothers me about this whole plan is I was with groundwater for a long time for the U.S. Geologic Survey. I don't really like the variance on your drainage there, on your stormwater. What is the number, and you don't have to give it to me now, but what is the number to actually make yourself in line with what the actual regulation is without getting a variance? Is this a number that you have to do in order to save money and make more profit? Or is there eat a little of the profit and actually meet the regulation? I'm not a big fan. We've seen it go wrong in Lake in the Hills. We've seen it go wrong in Huntley. Who picked up the bill? Do you remember? The township and the city. It was not the developers. It was not the state, although the state helped and tipped a little bit. But I have friends who live in both these communities, and they decided to ignore doing drainage properly, and everybody paid for it. Not everybody, but a lot of people paid for it. So I think you should think about that as well. And I know, like I said, I don't live there. I'm not really going to be affected by it. I do think some people were a little hypocritical, talking about how it's okay for them to cut through Cimarron, but nobody should cut through New Haven. So we've had a little of that, but that's okay. When it's your house, not my backyard, people get like that. But I appreciate how patient and polite everyone has been, every one of you. I mean, you've been very good at answering questions, and your apartment place looks very, very beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim Krug. I live at 46W775 Kelly Road in Hampshire. And so I saw your billboard sign on the street, and I was part of a group called Citizens After Responsible Expansion in Hampshire, and we were against the Pritzker and the Crown groups. And so I just was interested in seeing what was going on here. And there's some things that I don't think have been brought up. I do like the idea of the variance issue. When I'm looking at your plan, I do not think your setback should be reduced. I really think you need to look at that. You said the one against this collector street is going to be up 15 feet. I think it was on that 18 unit. The one up in the corner upper right-hand side. So now you have a lot of concerns about roads, and you're getting this unit even closer to the road than what's currently appropriate. So I think your density should be reduced so that your setbacks can be appropriate and safe. And the stormwater issues are huge. In Hampshire, these things on the aquifer were minimized, and there have been 300-year rains in the last 30 years that I've lived out there. And let me tell you, it'll be a big mistake, and those units are going to flood, that are going to overflow from your stormwater management areas. So that is not a place to scrimp. You should reduce your density and use your stormwater properly. The type of housing, you're very proud of the comprehensive plan, but yet your comprehensive plan isn't being followed with this unit, because this should have been more commercial, yet you've made it more residential. And that's because that makes money. So I think your ratios here need to be adjusted. You should be having the commercial, reducing the residential. And as far as your road thoroughfare, a residential area is a residential area. You shouldn't be connecting to it. This has access to Route 31. I do think the citizens here are correct with saying it's all about getting a stoplight. We had this issue in Hampshire, and getting a stoplight is a difficult thing with IDOT, and that's what's driving this. I think this unit can be developed, you can make money, you can get your revenue, but you don't need to involve the rest of the citizens in their residential single-family homes with these units. It's just not, it's kind of a poor development idea to not follow these things and ask for all these variants, because it's the safety of the people that are going to live there, the people that are currently paying for things, and the people that are already existing. Thank you.
Phone for some notes, if that's okay. I'm Dave Collins. I live on 1317 Collins. I am the Collins on Collins. I'm a U.S. Army combat veteran, but I'm a teacher by trade. And part of that is that I see dangers. Sometimes other people don't. But also working with kids all day long. I'm surrounded by middle schoolers most of the day. I understand their needs. And I see what they see a little bit more than most people do. And the main thing I see over here, and I live in that big white house right on the corner of Collins and New Haven, I see tons of kids there all the time. They're all over the place. That's what kids do. They go all over the place. If we connect this through, there are going to be more cars going through, and it is going to directly threaten those children's lives. It might not happen now. It might not happen in 5 years, 10 years. It will eventually happen. They did a very similar bypass in Crystal Lake when I lived there. I lived on Providence. They connected 31 to Terracotta North. People then started going up Terracotta North to avoid 31. Not 6 months ago, a child was hit and killed on a bike going on that road by someone going north to avoid 31 so they could get home in Woodstock or McHenry. We're going to be opening up that same risk here. People already speed down this road way faster than they should. I live right on that corner house, and I see people doing that. Even on our Collins Street, I see people go through. I see my neighbor a bit down the street run into the street to yell at people who are driving past through. It happens. If we connect this, we're going to make it worse. My other concern, I heard someone else had said, those houses up on top, they're going to have the same concern, all that increased traffic. So I guess my question to you, are those going to be family ones, or are those going to be like the single bedroom ones you had, the ones that aren't meant for a family? Have you already planned for this, knowing this risk, and put all those families down in the bottom one, where they don't have to deal with that? Where this bypass is going to create, where this bypass is going to create this traffic, this risk for us, our children, our community, and you're just going to negate it by throwing up single people in there, or people who are just starting, that don't have children who walk around in the streets. My neighbor, 3 streets down, I've had him for STEM camps in the summer a few times. He goes all over the place. Doesn't always watch where he's going, pretty much because it's a very safe area right now. They don't need to. If we increase all this traffic, we're just going to make that worse. I also say, as someone who's been several places around the world, people keep saying this is a beautiful looking complex. I don't really agree. It looks very sterile. It looks very like East Bloc World War II. There's a lot of blacks in there. Color-wise, there's a lot of white on there. I don't see the color in it. You look down in our neighborhood, all the houses are different colored. Even in New Haven, it's the red, it's the brick, it's vibrant. It looks very sterile, like it doesn't even have any heart put into it. Like you just went with the cheap materials and the white paint and just slapped it on there. So.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
I was informed by the attorney that it's not required to give your name or address, that's what, there's no ordinance that says that. I will let you know who I am. I'm Sean Hart, Greenfields resident, 30-year Cary resident. And I have to say that this is deja vu because I've gone to some of the Maplewood meetings, and I looked at the December 2024 Village Hall meeting where this was initially presented, and you folks were absolutely giddy. Christmas came early. So, you know, I only come out to these meetings when there's potentially a disaster that's going to happen in our town. And when an entire room is up here to speak to say no, I don't think that you need to cut people off. Everybody here has the same opinion. It's not like there's any debate going on. I said this when I showed up on the coldest day of the year when I heard about 5-story towers, what you folks want to do down at Maplewood, and said, this needs to go to a referendum. All this apartment development that's going on, because it's the flavor of the day, this is a bedroom community, Mayor. That downtown is all of 2 whole square blocks. It's landlocked. It's not paradise. And I think people in Cary don't care that we're competing with other McHenry County communities. You need to listen to the people. I looked at that financial report. The org chart has Village of Cary residents on top, and then you folks are below it. It's not the developers. It's not apartment developers. It's not renters. It's the people that chose to live here to raise a family and like it as a nice, quiet place. Trying to turn it into rental Shangri-La for incremental tax revenue or what have you, you should be able to manage with the tax revenue that comes in already. And, so I think that when these meetings, everybody on the west side of town shows up, like I say, this is exactly a thing of what happened with Maplewood. And the TIF financing that, building an $11 million road for Maplewood, that's just a gift to the developer. I'll ask the developer what happens if this road doesn't go through? Because obviously nobody wants it. So what happens? Do you kill the project, stay up in Wisconsin, or what happens?
Mr. Hart, can you direct your comments to the village board, please? We will talk about this when the board has their opportunity to discuss this.
Okay. Well, it just seems like a mockery of representative government when decisions are made and you just go through the process and you've got all these folks out that actually thinks their voice matters.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Julia Lindahl, and I live at 1246 Trickery Ridge Trail. I have lived on the street for 25 years since the day I was born. I may be the only person speaking today who was born in this village. This is my first town hall, and I had no idea what to expect. I honestly thought it would be me and a couple of stragglers, so I'm very proud to see how many people showed up today. Definitely did not expect to be here for 4 hours, so thank you for everyone in this room for your time. I look around the room today and I see faces that I've known for my entire life. I see family members, I see the parents of my best friends, and I see my lifelong neighbors. We have an amazing community here in Cary that is extremely hard to find. At 18, I moved to the city of Madison for college, and I lived there for 5 years in a brand new apartment complex very similar to the Seasons. I saw many renters come and go, and as another speaker said, these renters will not be contributing to the community in the same way that homeowners do. Connection via road does not mean personal connection to the community. I know this firsthand. A year and a half ago, I moved back to Cary on the same street I grew up on, 5 houses down from my parents, who still live in their home that they purchased over 27 years ago. Like them, I am here to stay. Today, I'm surrounded by new families with young children. The house to my left, to my right, and across the street from me all have children under 3 years old. These children are at the age where they're learning to explore, how to open doors, and they're gaining object permanence. This means they know that their best friend is only across the street, and they're starting to wander across the said street. When I was a kid, in this very neighborhood, I had the freedom to ride my tricycle down the streets and say hi to all my friends and neighbors who I see here now today. I rode my bike to Caper Park when it was previously known as Timbertown, and I crossed the streets on my own to walk home from the bus stop after school on a very dark winter night. It'd be a shame to see this kind of safety and trust in our neighborhood disappear due to an unnecessary extension that doesn't benefit the owners of our neighborhood. From a lifetime resident of this village, I urge you to reconsider this connection. And as a reminder, it is your job as the mayor and as village officials to have the best interests of your citizens, not the developers, in your mind. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Georges. I live on 112 Augusta Lane in Cambria. Oh, I've been to a couple of these now, and it just seems like we're speaking, you're listening, but we don't get any responses back. We initially I wasn't even aware, nor a lot of people in the Cambria subdivision and possibly Cimarron and Georgetown that live off those areas were even informed of what was going on here. It was because of someone that lived in our community that informed us, and now we see from the Hewlins, you know, getting signs, getting everything. So we've learned more about what's happening here from the people that live in the community than the people who are supposed to be responsible for informing us. So that was a complete disappointment. And you should be ashamed of yourselves, actually, for holding public office and not really giving a crap about the public people. And what I mean by that is by not letting us know about the decision-making process and what this will all entail. I've heard many people speak of the collector road versus local road. So what is the truth? You guys should know the truth. Is it a collector road?
It's a collector road,
For sure.
for sure.
So if we got a lawyer, don't worry about it. You
It's
guys are legit.
identified on IDOT's website as a collector road.
Okay. So, okay, we have some people that may know better. So now, what I would like, we saw a simulation as to how wonderful this development is going to look like. Have you ever done a simulation, traffic simulation? What will New Haven look like with 2,300 more cars? Why haven't you guys done that?
There's not going to be 2,300 more cars.
Oh, how do you know? If it's two-way, it was 2,300. It's already 2,300.
If it was going to be two-way, if it was
Okay.
going to be two-way, I believe that count went from 2,200 to 2,600. 300 more. 300 more.
Only
The traffic-
300 more?
300 more.
The traffic study that was produced had modeling that was done for that, but it did look at where traffic patterns were within the subdivision. If the roadway is connected at the property line, here it was 1,900 vehicles a day, and then at where it currently intersects with Georgetown and New Haven, it went from 2,300 to 2,600 vehicles a day.
Okay, but still, have you done a simulation? That was only Region 1. It did not take into consideration Region 2 and Region 3.
Yes, did.
Yes,
Part
it
of the
did.
traffic study did analyze.
Which one
it.
was that? Because when I was here last, I saw what it said, and it said, oh, we included 2 and 3, but we didn't think there was going to be that much traffic coming from there.
Yeah.
So in essence, they didn't include Region 2 and 3.
We'll pull up that. There's a slide.
Yeah.
All five of the
Then-
regions have
then
been
in
included.
addition to the traffic study, who did the traffic study? Who did the traffic study?
Our consultants, or the developers' consultants.
So the
They
developer.
pay for them.
Oh, I understand that. So it wasn't an unbiased traffic study.
Absolutely, it was. They are licensed professionals.
You know, Pharma has a bunch of licensed professionals too, and they can sell us up the river, okay? So you can't go by that. I'm saying, was there an unbiased traffic study? Someone who didn't have skin in the game?
We had our
It's
own.
just a question.
Can I? You asked me
Absolutely.
a question. I will answer your question.
Sure.
We evaluated both of the traffic studies. We have our own consultant that evaluated ours, as well as Eric Morimoto, who is a licensed traffic engineer, and Brian Simmons, who is a transportation planner.
Sure.
They oversaw this too, as well as our own independent consultant reviewed these and concurred with their results.
Okay, so the 36 feet collector versus what a residential is, so the collector road is supposed to be longer than 36, so is that accurate or inaccurate?
I'll turn that up to you. Go ahead.
The collector roadway, the right-of-way, is 70 feet. So the pavement width is that 36 feet in width, but the right-of-way for a collector roadway includes the portions outside the pavement width as part of the collector roadway for the cross-section design for the road.
So that 36 feet that they measured from curb to curb is considered for local? I mean, for a
For a
collector?
collector roadway, yes.
It's 36, okay.
Correct.
Have you guys ever been down Aikman Road? Miller Road? Did you see any driveways coming on those roads?
Those are arterial roadways. Those are arterial roadways.
I'm just asking if you've
Yeah.
seen any driveways on
Yeah.
them.
They're a different classification of roadway. compared to-
I appreciate that. I'm talking about traffic. So when you state that traffic won't come from all these other roadways, they absolutely will. Seasons is stationed right on the border of, right on 31. What you're doing is you're providing Crystal Lake, you're providing Algonquin with all the revenue. That's where they're gonna go. They're not gonna go backwards. So I would also appreciate the definition of connectivity of Cary, because it's truly impacting this whole region of Cimarron, Georgetown, green fields. I mean, think of all the subdivisions that you're impacting by this. Previously, you had on here about all the new subdivisions that came into Cary, you know, Cambria and so forth. When you look at Sterling Ridge, you look at Fox Trail Hills, you look at our subdivision. Which one impacted Cary, by the way? Did Cambria impact another subdivision? No, it came off the one roadway. Did Sterling Ridge? No, that was right off Cary-Algonquin Road or Silver Lake Road when they start heading that way. You're asking now our subdivision to open up the gateway for everybody else in Cary to enjoy at our expense. We also paid SSA. We paid for that road. We paid for the sewage. We paid for the electric.
I'm going to have Brian answer that because exactly what an SSA is and how that worked with your subdivision.
Well, the thing with that's a whole other.
Well,
that's
if
a
you're going
whole
let's.
other-
I like to deal in facts
Yeah,
and why
well, I'll
things
deal
are
with
done.
facts. You know what that SSA? I am the reason why there was an amortization with that SSA because when I contacted the mortgage firm quite a few years ago, they didn't even know what an amortization was. It was because of that they actually created amortization, so we actually knew how much we were going to end up spending.
Did you
So I
wanna
don't have
ex-
too much confidence. I'm a
Well-
little irritated with that. Meaning living here, and then it keeps getting refinanced, and I never asked for it to be refinanced.
Well, because we get lower rates and we're saving you money.
No, it keeps extending it. That's like a mortgage. You get it 3.75,
it's not
but you
extending.
get 30 years.
It's not extending the timeline. It's just it is.
It was $20,000 initially. By the time it's done, we'll probably be paying well over $34,000 for that $20,000 loan. Trust me, I live here.
for interest. Go ahead, Brian.
So the SSA is a way that the developer is able to finance public improvements within the development. So the roadways, the infrastructure, things like that, they will to pay for the roadways as opposed to having those costs go into the cost of the homes that they develop in there.
Sure.
They lower the cost of the homes, and then that is a way that they're paid for over time. So other developments that were also created by the same developer did not have an SSA, and those units sold at a higher rate within the village. But it's a way to finance a project within a development.
I'd like to rebut
Right.
that.
Right. And the extension for the refinancing did not change the original term as far as how long the SSA was in place. The refinancing just is a way to save the homeowners more money from a standpoint of what the original rates were for the SSA, but the original term for the SSA is still the same it was when the Cambria subdivision was constructed.
I'll beg to differ on that, but I would have to go and put it on a piece of paper and work it all out. But all I'm hearing is that this is going through. That's what I'm hearing from you guys, because you guys are rebutting anytime we come up with it's a safety issue, it's a this issue, it's a that issue. So we have 6 school districts that come through with buses that come through our subdivision. 6, because some go to Cary schools, some go to Crystal Lake schools. The Seasons is going to District 47 schools. You're helping Crystal Lake. Where's the benefit to the Cary, residents? When we talk about safety, are you going to rearrange all the bus stops? So that's what I hear. I hear all the concessions have to be made on our end. So rearranging the bus stops, making sure our children are safe. And I have grown children. I care about the other little kids that I see running around all the time. Then I hear the townhomes. They're just going to have to suck it up as they try to get out of their driveways. Oh, and by the way, their mailboxes have to be changed. By the way, when they have their roofing done, and I have pictures on my phone to actually show you a day in the life of driving down New Haven, because the townhomes, they don't have, a lot of parking, so they utilize the street. Common sense, of course they do. So I have the actual, living in New Haven. There are 2 or 3 curves along New Haven that even during the winter months, when it's not even that much snow, just going around the curve at 20 miles an hour, you're slipping and sliding. I don't know what it is with those curves, but that's what happens. You put more traffic on there, there's going to be more opportunity for destruction per se. You come out of New Haven to try to get on Georgetown, I don't know what civil engineers were responsible for that turn. You actually have to wait at that stop sign to turn left on Georgetown. You have to stay there and pull yourself back in order for the school bus to make the right-hand turn. And it is dangerous. I mean, dangerous. Many times you're slipping and sliding there. How many more cars are you gonna add? How many people who don't live in there have no idea how crucial that particular corner is? So I know at times my passion can come off as anger, but I am upset. It's as though you guys are burning my house and I just gotta sit there and watch it because I can't stop you. You're gonna make this decision. None of us can actually stop you. And it's a terrible thing to sit down and watch your house burn, just to let you know. So
That's not true.
I really hope you guys listen, because I still haven't actually heard what the truth is behind this road. Is it the developer? Is it the village? Will the development still continue if they don't get it? So is this whole development banked on it? And then the one last thing, I heard 40 million of revenue, but I didn't hear what the cost was. See, in business, you could have a revenue, but you still have to know what the cost is. So I didn't hear if that was net revenue. What revenue is $40 million compared to the cost of the infrastructure, the cost of what is happening to the community? That we haven't heard yet. Thank you.
Go to the next person.
Sorry, I'll keep it short and sweet. Dan Mitchell, 30 Montclair Drive here in Cary. First thing, earlier there was a question for Jim at 29 Montclair Drive about the YouTube as a broken link. At the same time, I tried to go to through the village website, find the first meeting on the zoning board right before the second one. It had been taken down. I looked for it. It said it was removed by the poster. It wasn't a broken link. I got to YouTube. I could see the name, but the video was actually missing. It was taken down by, I believe the poster was, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but from what it said, it was taken down by the village. So I'm not sure what happened there, but it was gone. And I know what, I work with computers. I know what broken links are. It was actually taken down. And that would have been September 9th or 10th when I was trying to find it. I could find everything else on that list, but I couldn't find that one. I don't know what happened to the other one. I haven't looked for that one, but it was actually down when I went to go look for it. It was missing. I can go through all the things. We don't want this, and it's been gone over ad nauseum. I think what people are trying to tell you is this is probably going to open up Pandora's box. You open it up, and then what's next? Now we have to do traffic calming measures. We do the traffic calming measures, we lose parking in the street because we're narrowing the street. We can't lose parking in that street. The townhomes need it. Anytime, I think several people have said, anytime we go through a construction project or they seal the driveways or whatever, you go down that street, it's lined on both sides already. And it's an interesting time to drive because you hope you don't head on somebody already. I think I've said that before, early this summer, you have both sides of the street, especially when you get to those turns, you hope someone's not cutting it tight. And I don't know how many times where I've gone down, everyone's trying to be a little more in the middle so they don't hit the type of cars on the side. But you usually have your driver's side, the driver's side, you can see the person in their face. It's not, it's already got issues. We don't need to make this worse with traffic calming where we lose parking or now we have speed bumps. Some people think speed bumps are fun. You can go faster. Just speaking as a former teenager. So, and like I said, I'm trying to keep it short and sweet, but we're seeing the issues. Nobody asked for this to happen. We like our neighborhood. It's quiet, it's peaceful. I'm fine leaving my kids when they're younger, go wander the streets a little bit. There's nothing really going on. Start to make it a collector or an offshoot for Three Oaks Road or something. Now we have a busy road. Now we have other issues. Now I worry about my grandkids. So it's a different story. Okay? One last thing. Neighbor of mine, she's been rather sick this summer, so she hasn't been able to make it. When I told her, she said something very interesting. She said, "Why does the village hate us?" A couple years ago, we extended stage, and for the sake of the village to extend stage, we lost a road. Now we're hearing for the sake of the village, to help the village, we want to take our road and make it a through path for people who don't want to take Three Oaks. And let's be honest, if you left here tonight, you had to go to Walmart, would you go up the Three Oaks Road and drive over, or would you drive through our neighborhood? That's the same decision many other people would be making. Thank you.
Amy Knowlton, 52 Hampton Street. I'll make it brief because I hate public speaking. My concerns are twofold. Number one, anytime you bring retail into a neighborhood, you're going to have problems. I worked retail. I've been in pharmacy 30 years, worked at Walgreens for 12. The volatility of retail these days is terrifying. So I can guarantee you wouldn't want that flowing through your neighborhood. Renters, they do come and go. They don't care. I wouldn't want that, coming through my neighborhood. I had a run-in my neighborhood off of Cary Algonquin. I'm sure you'll all remember when there was a road rage incident, and it ended up in my backyard. The police, I'm sure, remember. Anytime you're bringing major traffic through a neighborhood, you're going to have problems. I don't have kids, so my view is a little different. I watch in horror every day at everyone's kids as they zoom through the neighborhood on those scooters, those electric scooters that they have no idea how to drive. They aren't legal cars. They zoom into the street. They don't care, I guarantee you one of those kids is going to get hit by this traffic.
Totally agree.
Those things are terrifying.
We're going to be having a robust committee of the whole meeting about that coming up in the next few weeks.
Okay, well, if it's not that, it's going to be an electric scooter. It's going to be it's up to us to protect the children. Kids are stupid. They don't know. They have it's a thin line between life and death, and they don't care. All they know is they're headed out to go fishing, and then they're going to zoom into the road with their fishing pole. And you don't want to be on the side where they're asking you, do you want to pick up the remains? Do you need help making arrangements? It would be an absolute no if you were that individual who lost a child. Money means nothing. Making money from retail, I've seen in Vernon Hills what the living and retail space is like. At Hawthorne Mall, nobody wants it. Nobody wants to live in that. It's awful. You smell the restaurants. You get all kinds of crazy things going in and out of that retail. Nobody wants it. And they certainly don't want it funneling through their neighborhood. So as someone somewhat outside of that neighborhood, I really am concerned for the children in that area. Because like I said, kids are stupid. And so it's up to us to be that barrier for them that says, money doesn't matter. We're going to keep you safe. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Al Truman, 219 Wolf. I don't live anywhere near the project, but I feel for the people. My concern is the business property. I brought it up before. We're giving away business property for rental apartments. We gave it across the street. We gave it 2nd Street. It's just getting old. And I heard you praise at the beginning of this meeting, oh, we can't wait to get people on Route 30 corridor, 31 corridor. But look at it. Half of it is 2 retention ponds and a road. 5 acres? That should be all commercial property, not stormwater management. Take his buildings away. Why are we giving it up? That's perfect prime property for, we have no business in this town. Do we not realize it? I'm sorry, but I just had to voice my opinion. Every time I see that, I brought it up at the open house. I brought it up before when this plan came up, and nothing's been changed. He gave us 5 acres out of 36 or something, whatever it is. That's crap out of a business property. We already lost 5 here. We lost it in town. It's getting old. Thank you.
I'm going to have to ask you to sit down.
Kay is giving me her 3 minutes.
No, it's not. We're going to let everybody talk
Oh,
first.
I thought everybody was done.
No. And we don't barter with time.
Hi, my name is Gary Vleklinski. I live at 77 Ivanhoe Lane in Cary. I have one quick question and then two questions for the mayor. First of all, and I'm not sure if I should address this to Director Simmons I think probably Director Simmons, but in the traffic study that you commissioned, was Ridgefield Park and the future Maplewood rental development considered in the traffic study?
Not directly. The way that the traffic study projects future traffic volumes looks at CMAP projections for the area for development. So the 5-year no-build scenario does account for additional growth in the area and what the traffic volumes would be related to that, but does not specifically call out those specific developments, but it looks at the general growth that's occurring in the area in general, which would have taken account those types of projects in the area.
But it would be understandably increase if the New Haven extension to Route 31 was approved.
Any development would increase traffic. So if it's a 360-unit apartment complex, 5,000 square foot restaurant, or 2 single-family homes, it's going to generate new traffic. So the traffic study looked at the existing traffic volumes in the area, added what those projected volumes would be for the area for the 5-year build based on CMAP projections, which are accepted standards for the area, and then with the projected volumes for this development, incorporated that as well.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, can you help me understand? I had to write this down because I didn't want to miss anything. Can you help me understand one of your earlier comments? When asked if a decision had already been made with regards to approval of the Springs and the New Haven extension, you said that the board had not yet voted on either proposal, but then offhandedly offered that your straw poll indicated the board was in favor of the Springs. I'm concerned how and when you conducted your straw poll. I was proud to serve on the Cary District 26 school board for a number of years, and I would have never asked for or accepted from a fellow board member his or her inclination on an agenda item prior to open, deliberate deliberations in public among board members, nor would they have asked me and subsequent vote, not only to avoid violations of the Open Meetings Act, even just one-on-one, but to remain unbiased by the thoughts of fellow board members and to remain fully capable of thoughtful engagement without knowing how I would eventually vote myself. Straw polling, whether you acknowledge it or not, can only reinforce tentative inclinations and rob the community you serve from witnessing all that went into your decision. Also, Mayor, you mentioned earlier that a number of people that you have talked to were in favor of the extension, yet no one has spoken on the record. Did you encourage these individuals you talked to come and speak before the board, as all of us have chosen to do? Or did they not feel it was necessary based on your shared discussion with them? When the school board was faced with very difficult issues that had numerous community concerns, the board chose rather to form a community engagement committee with 2 school board members and 18 to 20 residents, with kids in school and those that are not associated with District 26 at all. It was extremely successful in reaching a satisfactory path forward. There will always be people who don't agree with the final decision, but everyone who participated understood where everyone stood. I strongly encourage your board to consider working with the community before voting on the proposal. So in short of open two-way communications between the board and community members, I am firmly in opposition of the New Haven extension to Illinois 31.
Did you want me to answer your questions?
Yes, please.
First of all, it is my job and my duty as the mayor to make sure that the elected officials have all the information that they need to make a decision. There's no strong arming. There is no this for that. It's a meeting with our staff. We go through all the packets with whatever they have to make sure that they can make an informed decision, that we are getting the questions answered for them. Mm-hmm. There is no forcing anybody to make any decision at any time. Yes, I do ask, what do you like about this development? What do you like? What do you think? It's not only about these things, it's about other things that come into the community. What are your thoughts? Are we going in the right direction? Is this something you want? That's my obligation as the mayor of the community to make sure that we are on track to make a good, healthy decision. So yes, I do have conversations. It's never in a group. It's always one-on-one with myself and always with the staff member present to make sure that they're getting all the information that they need. And I will continue to do that because it's my job. An effective mayor gets engaged with the trustees, has an understanding of what they want. And every single one of the trustees said they've got issues with the connection. Every single one of the trustees said at their own individual time that they thought that the project was good as what we needed. And I'll get into my own comments when everybody's done talking. We're giving everybody an opportunity, and then I will open it up to the village board, and you can hear directly from them. But if you feel that that's wrong, I'm sorry. I'm not violating any FOIA. I am not doing anything. I am trying to be an effective mayor to make sure that they are getting the information, because we all have other jobs. We all work other things. And several of the people on my board travel. They don't get things in a timely manner. It's my job to make sure they're getting things. So that said, I think that it's an effective way to manage a community.
I fully understand you asking about the board packet and what they see and if they have any questions or anything. But do you accept from them if they want to tell you how they're going to vote or how they're inclined to vote?
Well, it's purely up to them. They can make a decision based on the information that we're given. If they ask me what my opinion on something, I will give them my opinion. I have said that all along. I've been doing this for 13 years. My life's an open book. People on the street want to come and talk to me about something, I will talk to them about it. There are times in this community, in this room, I can't talk about things that aren't on the agenda. I know it's frustrating for people. It's frustrating for the board. But that's how we mitigate any type of problems. Because if I were to have a hearty conversation about the seasons of Cary in a public setting without the developer present, I would be shot. That is, well, first of all, our attorney would never let that happen. But they have an obligation and a right to represent themselves in this situation like this. And they are sitting here patiently waiting for our dialogue to answer our questions about these things because the board feels it's very important that we get the community feedback. Yeah, I hear over and over and over again. But there are extenuating circumstances within any decision that you make. And we will make a decision, hopefully tonight. I think we're on track. We're almost done with the open forum, so we can make an informed decision.
Okay. And have you considered, or has the board considered in public discussion whether any committees could ever be formed?
Committees for what?
Engagement with the community. I think a number of people spoke tonight of the lack of general community awareness. And
well, that's a great comment, and that's something that I was planning on addressing too. The village does what we are required to do, and most of the time we go above and beyond when it comes to communicating. We post things on our website. We have a Cary News Weekly. Do you get our Cary News Weekly?
I do, yes.
All this information is published on there. We cite all this. And do you subscribe to Facebook and the craziness on there and the keyboard warriors on Facebook?
No, I'm not on social media.
We use all the different outlets that we could reach all of our constituents. You know, we go back and forth on how we can further communicate with people. And there was a time when we wanted to communicate, where we're trying to communicate more with the seniors. How do we get to the seniors? How do we get them? A lot of them don't have computers or they don't want to be part of it. So a lot of times we'll drop off our Cary News Weekly in written form at the senior center for them to see what's going on. We do our best to make sure, but it's not all on us. Part of a community is to make sure that you are staying connected with what goes on in this building. Everything is on our website. Everything that you see here tonight, all the documents that you see here tonight, they are on our website.
Yeah.
Free to see. You can evaluate. People, they say that we're not being transparent. Anytime we get information, it goes immediately on our website when it comes to a situation like that. I can't tell you the number of times I've met personally with residents. To answer your question, why they don't come? Because they don't want to be part of this. They don't want to be isolated by the neighbors that are in opposition to what they want. They want some of these things done, but they don't have it in them to sit in a meeting like this, get berated by their fellow neighbors, and they just don't. This is what they say. I always tell people, then you need to come into a board meeting and hold your head high and tell the people what you think. Oh, I don't want to deal with that. So the burden falls on us. I think we're all aware of the fact that we have these things. We get emails with people that say, this is a great idea. It's a great, and they make comments that I don't agree with about characterization of communities. I don't play like that. I make my decisions based on facts. Yes, you may disagree with what I want to do, but that's the democracy that we live in. People keep throwing out the election and all that kind of stuff. I was elected to make the decisions on the better half of the community. And that's what I have done that. I have my record stands for itself. We don't typically bring anything to the community that we don't think is, what do I always tell our staff? Something has got to be meaningful and sustainable. It's got to fit into our comprehensive plan. It's got to fit into the community. What is best for our community? I know I kind of went on a little bit more than what I was going to say that until the end, but I think it's important to know that there are people out there with opposing views. And I have a list of different things that we have dealt with this.
Okay.
So.
Well, thank you for your candid responses.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the village board at this time? Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum at 10:28. I'll now, does the board need a 5-minute recess? Everybody good? I will turn it over to the board. I'm sure that you've got plenty of questions, reactions, and comments about some of the public comment that has been made. I'll turn it over to anybody that wants to start. Don't make me point.
Got it? All right. There's $1 million question. Some of the residents asked it of Mr. DeRosa. Mr. DeRosa pointed to the mayor. I don't believe that we got an actual answer for it, so I'll ask the question, and that's regarding the stoplight. If you don't have a stoplight, do you still build the Seasons of Cary?
The stoplight is no guarantee. So we are prepared to move forward, subject to approval, even without that guarantee of a stoplight.
Okay. There's a second piece along with that question, and that is, will you still build the Seasons of Cary if you don't have connectivity to New Haven Drive?
Yeah, so our original plan had both directions, right? That was based on a couple of things. One, with this project or this property originally planned to be predominantly commercial, we scaled back the commercial at the request of village staff from a planning standpoint, that this board told us that having commercial, even albeit a smaller component, was important. I think I shared with the board in December, I shared with the ZPA in July and September, and again tonight, that if we're going to have commercial, let's make sure the commercial is set up to be successful. And that's why at the ZPA meeting on September 11th, we offered up a compromise that said, okay, we understand, we heard the opinions from the people that spoke at these meetings, and that a one or unidirectional would be acceptable to us, for the reason that it still preserves the vitality of the commercial. Our goal is not to plan for commercial and not set it up to be successful, and then we have vacant land that sits there either.
Mhm. Okay, but if I ask the question again, if you don't have the connectivity, would you build Seasons at Cary?
Yes, we would.
Without connecting to New Haven?
Yeah, with the understanding, I think what I'd want to do is I want to share with the board what that implication is, that the desirability and marketability of the commercial is not as good without it.
Yeah, I think that most people understand that. I believe the public probably even understands that, that concept.
And we all, and if I could just have one more
Sure,
comment
sure.
to that. So we touched about on this at the ZPA. With maintaining the westbound only traffic, that puts us in a much better position to be successful in obtaining approval for a stoplight at the intersection.
Right.
We also think that with a stoplight at that intersection, that creates a safer intersection than with no connectivity. Our chance of a signal at that intersection is significantly lower. We would still get full access from IDOT, but it would not be as safe of a condition without a stoplight at that intersection.
Okay.
I want to tap in on that. So if I want to play devil's advocate here, okay? We do a two-way there for you guys. You don't get the stoplight. Where do you think the traffic's going to go? Because imagine trying to turn southbound onto 31. That ain't going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So
at the-
they're
at the
going
right
to
time-
end up
at the
using
wrong time of day, in the morning, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Turning left will be difficult. There's no
no doubt
debating
about
that.
it, right?
Correct.
And you have no connection to Walmart, so therefore they're going to have to go out 31, probably turn right, go to the stoplight, pull a UE to go southbound, or they're going to jump on New Haven, right? That would be my assumption. So I just want to kind of put that out there too. So
No, that's quite all right. I
And
appreciate
I'll add
that.
one, and I'll add one additional comment to that on the traffic. So with the traffic study that we've done and that we've shared with IDOT, the traffic counts, and the traffic count, when you factor in westbound traffic coming out of the subdivision, we feel very strongly will meet the warrant and the trigger for a signal when you look at typical IDOT standards of what's required to get a signal approved.
Okay. I only have a couple of comments because there's a lot to talk about, and I have a lot of fellow board members that I'm sure want to weigh in. The concern that I have is there is no assurance whether we have one-way, two-way, or no way that you're going to get a stoplight there. It's reassuring to hear that with the stoplight, the performance of this whole development would improve dramatically, and I totally agree with that. I think my perspective is without knowing that you can get a stoplight there for sure, which I know you won't know, then it makes it very difficult, if near impossible, to look at the connectivity of that new street into New Haven. Because I do think that all the individuals that have come up here tonight have very valid concerns about traffic. I have those same. The mayor knows that. Some of my fellow board members know my feelings about that as well. And I was encouraged with the unidirectional, but I still think that we have a ways to go relative to meeting the demands of the public and probably the demands of some of the board members. So I guess with that, I'll defer to the rest of the board members for any conversations or comments.
Thank you, Trustee Dudek. Next.
I got a question for our attorney. Gentleman had brought up about the ZPA meeting. Was it a violation or not a violation?
I did not want to take time getting into a debate. His comment at the podium, I think, substantiated that he was not stopped from speaking. The chair, I guess if you want to say, did he cut him off? He stopped him to make the comment that he was asking if he had much more to go. Or
So there was no violation?
There was no violation. Had there been a violation, I would have said something to the chair.
I appreciate that. Can I tap in?
Yes, you sure can.
Oh, man. All right. Make the record show it is 10:35. I probably need about 35 minutes, if you don't mind. Okay, so something that really got me was Summer Hill. So there is a connector road, is that village-owned property, connector road for a subdivision to go south as well? Did I see that correctly?
Yes, so when Cambria subdivision was originally developed, there were 2 parcels that were dedicated to the Village of Cary. One was at the end of New Haven Drive for the western connection to the subject property. And then there's a second parcel, which is 60 feet in width, which is for a local roadway connection to potential future development south of the Cambria subdivision.
What's south of there right now?
Currently, it's the Hoffman Park property. So when the subdivision was contemplated, it was not, Hoffman Park was not in the Village of Cary. It was a private-owned property. So the Park District acquired that property since that time period. So the roadway, the connection was never completed because there was never a subdivision south of it.
So it's still village-owned?
Yes.
Can we just notate that and have a future discussion about that, just getting rid of it? Because if there's a park there, what's the point of holding on to it? Just want to put that out there, if we don't see it ever going down that route. Taxing bodies. So I know that there's been a lot of adjustments to this. What are the taxing bodies that will be collecting from this project?
Going off memory, I don't have the slide with the information. There's the District 47 is the elementary school district.
Okay.
District 155 is the high school district. And I believe this property is served by Prairie Ridge High School in that district. The Algonquin Library District, the Cary Park District, Cary Fire District, Village of Cary, and then McHenry County Conservation District, and Algonquin Township.
Okay, so from a Cary perspective, fire,
Park,
village.
and village.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you. And Park District, thank you. Sorry. Okay, that answers that one. Can we go to the setbacks for the building? So that corner one that was in the upper right-hand corner that was brought up, that went to 15 feet?
Mm-hmm. I'll get there.
Awesome. Okay, so the retention pond that's then to the right of there, to shift that to actually meet it, so it would be, you wouldn't need this setback? I mean, could you do that? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you guys stated that it was more than enough retention pond area that was over there?
So yeah, for the 2 buildings that are shown here, the building B, which is the
Yeah. No, G, I'm talking specifically.
yeah, yeah, B and G were both
Yeah.
impacted. So with building B, the condition is that this setback is increased to 20 feet. So this slide shows what was originally proposed, but
Got
the
it.
condition of approval was 20 feet. So this total building would be approximately 25 feet,
Okay.
except at that point where the road curves. Here, it's 15 feet at that narrowest point.
Yep.
And as you go further west, the setback, because this is not to the curb line, it's to the property line. So you still would have the right-of-way on that edge too before you get to a lane of travel. And as you travel further east along this building frontage, then that setback would increase. And I believe at this end, it's probably like 75 feet or so at the eastern edge of the property. So it does start off narrow, but it does increase
I
fairly
gotcha.
rapidly.
Okay, no, that makes sense. They had nothing with landscaping that they needed, right?
Correct.
And then on our agenda, E, number 5, says they need, so they're looking for an access road from New Haven into the property. Can we divert that and just say, hey, you have to use 31 instead of going through the neighborhood? Is that something that we can consider? Yeah, so their main access, because they have 2 accesses already for 31, so instead of actually trucking everyone through the subdivision, actually just go 31 directly. I know New Linux has already done it on 31 twice. I don't understand why they would not be able to do it on 31 too, instead of going through neighborhood. Lanier. No? Yes? Awesome.
So, sorry, the question was directed to me. So the condition, you're referring to the condition in the staff report?
It's E, number 5, and number 14. And then I only have one more after this, I promise.
Oh, sorry, looking at the staff report. So E, number 5.
Yep.
Yeah, so the temporary access for the village easement is for the lot 7 on the Plata subdivision, so that creates a parcel that would allow access across that roadway. If it's constructed, so until it gets dedicated, the village of Cary, there's ability to access that area. So if, and your question is if the connection isn't made, they would just have the access to Route 31?
Construction traffic to
construction
stay
traffic,
31 and not through the subdivision.
Yes, so construction traffic, yeah, we certainly could limit it to, yeah.
31.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page with that one. Okay. Yes, no truck traffic. You got it. And then the last one I have is I was reading when we were talking about traffic calming measures. It said we had to figure out what those calming measures were before we issue any permits. Sorry about that. Did you guys hear me on that one? No? Sorry. Traffic calming measures had to be figured out before issuing permits to the developer. Is there a way to stricken that? Because I feel like that's more of a lengthy conversation if we want to open that road up and what those calming measures are. That I feel like we can go on for hours here talking through and what's going to work and what's not going to work. And I don't think we're really going to know right from the get-go. But that's just my own 2 cents on that one. I'd like to at least kind of hold back on that. But I'll leave that to you guys to decide. Those are my only comments for right now.
Tag, I'm in, huh? Okay. So first of all, I want to thank everyone that came out tonight and talked and shared with us your feelings, your concerns. As Trustee Dudek and I think everyone here, we do hear you. We are listening. Our number one concern is safety. It always has been. It always will be. One of the things that stood out to me a lot is that it seems to me that there's already a lot of traffic issues on New Haven. So I think that we have to address that, period. My initial, I'm going to be honest, and you're all going to boo me, but my initial reaction was I think this should be a two-way in and out. When you do a new development, you should always have something, if you can connect, you should connect because it's good traffic planning. That's the recommendation of our traffic engineer studies. That's the recommendation of staff. There's the recommendation of first responders. So that is my initial gut reaction. That doesn't mean that, my mind was made up. I'm saying that that's how I view the development. That being said, if we were to go with two-way traffic, we have to implement some traffic calming measures. And I do think that there are things that can be done. And we have had success with that in other subdivisions in our community. I will give you an example. I've had 3 homes in Cary. So I've lived in Cary since 1987. I love Cary. I love to be here. I've raised 5 children here. It is my hometown. So I am very, very passionate about Cary. And I want to make sure that everything is safe too. People mention things about, children. Of course, that's my main concern. I would never, no one here would be devastated if something happened to any child at any time in our community or in any community. That's just the compassionate side of everyone. I personally grew up with a sister that was handicapped, is legally blind. I know all those extra type of concerns that you have when you have a family and you're trying to make sure, hey, can my child be active out here? How do I do this? How do I protect them? Where are we with some of these things? So I'm looking at a few things and trying to make sure, where we're at. What I see, what I rely on is that I'm not the expert when it comes to traffic studies. And I realize, and I don't pretend to be, I rely on professionals that come before us and tell us the standards that they use, that they're licensed to do that. So I don't view it as if they're bought and paid for by a developer. I view it as if that's their integrity on the line if you're questioning what their traffic study is. That's what I have to rely on. I also ask our staff. I ask, our village administrator, who is an engineer, a road engineer by trade. He's licensed on all of that, as well as Director Simmons that has his certifications on those type of things. So I'm looking at all those type of items when I try to evaluate a product and a program. As for this development, I do think it's a great amenity to add to our village. I do think we have a need for it. And I think that renting has changed a lot in the last, say, 10 years. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of people that rent by choice now. It used to be people rented just because they couldn't afford to buy. There are people that choose to rent because they don't want to have that upkeep anymore. They don't want to have to repair their roof when something happens. They don't want to have to maintain their yard. They just make a conscious choice to rent. And I certainly want to make sure that we have something viable and beautiful that's going to encourage them to be active participants in our community. I don't necessarily agree that because you're a renter, you're not going to be a viable person in our community. I know people that rent single-family homes in our community that are extremely involved in our community. So I don't want to slight people that are choosing to rent or have to rent. It could be young people coming out of college that don't have an opportunity, that don't live at home. They want to say, I want to rent somewhere before they can save money to buy a property. I work in home financing. I understand that it's changed a lot. You know, I've been in that industry for 30 years. I've seen a lot of changes with how all of that works. So again, if you're going to ask me, do I want people to buy homes? Heck yeah, that's my business. But on the flip side, I've just seen a big change in that. So again, I'm wanting to listen to what all of my fellow board members think on everything, but I hear what everyone's concerns are. I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anyone. My properties that I've owned, one that I owned was on Sherwood Drive, and that was right off of Decker. That was my first home that I owned. And I remember when people were going to go build the next subdivision and trying to attach to Bristol and link onto Decker / Montana, and people were having a fit about it. They didn't want that because it was going to increase traffic. It was going to cause all kinds of problems. Then it was the next subdivision, the Pines, and people, were upset because that was now getting more traffic on Bristol. Then it went out to Lions Ridge, and then there's more people feeding through that. I know I don't live right there, but that doesn't mean that I don't understand, I don't feel your concerns, because I do. I know that for me personally, I live off of Three Oaks Road. I avoid Three Oaks Road during morning hours when the kids are going to school, and when to the high school and to the grade school, and when they're getting out of school. And I try and find a way to get through there, so I understand that we all learn ways to navigate through our community to keep it safe, but also to help our time on the road. I mean, if I get stuck on Three Oaks, I've done it many times on a Monday morning, and it's late start at the high school, and I forget, and I'm there, I'm like, darn it, it's gonna take me 15 minutes to get through this. So, again, I'm not discounting. I hear you, and I understand where you're at with your concerns, and I want to find a way that we can mitigate those concerns. Is there a way that we can come up with something that you're going to be happy with? Because I don't think I heard anyone that's even happy with one-way attachment. So my concern as a elected official is I don't know that the only thing that I think is going to make them happy is to say we're not going to touch New Haven at all. We're not going to attach to it at all. And I just don't know that that's a viable, I don't think that's putting us in a good situation for success. So that's where my initial thoughts are. But again, I'm open to hearing what everyone else has to say.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who came and spoke. Thank you to the development team for your input and the compromises that we have been able to see so far, and for the village staff for all the expertise. It's appreciated. And they do answer a ton of questions all the time. There's a huge learning curve to some of this, so we are trying to figure it out and use the information in front of us to make good decisions. I would also agree with Trustee McAlpine. Cambria residents have consistently expressed concerns over the traffic and speeding on New Haven as a solitary issue, and also as an issue linked to the season's development. It's definitely our duty to hear the concerns, consider the options, and implement solutions while also seeking opportunities for meaningful progress in Cary. I think that progress will help ensure our longevity and competitiveness as a village, sorry, I've taken some notes here. I don't want to miss anything. We did hear from the traffic study team about the potential impacts of traffic patterns and how those can be addressed using traffic calming measures. Seeing how the traffic and speeding was an issue that predates this development, I am definitely supportive of implementing any measures that fit the community. That's not limited to narrowed lanes, roundabout-style structures at the larger intersections, and specifically activated crosswalks near the playgrounds and park areas. We've seen those in other areas in town here. You press the button, the lights go on. The lights go on, and people are. It catches the eye. It's a safety. It's safer for everyone. We have seen recent success with these types of calming measures on Decker Drive, and I do think that there is an opportunity to see success with these in Cambria.
36 feet, think about that, 36 feet.
I understand, I hear you.
70, 36 feet.
Yes. I was also, it was expressed to me that the Cary Police, Fire, and Public Works Departments have reviewed the development details, and all those divisions believe that they can continue providing quality services to Cary as a whole, and their opinions carry a lot of weight for me in this topic. I was heartened by the end of the ZPA stream, seeming that we were able to find a bit of a compromise with opening New Haven as a one-way westbound egress. It struck me as a good compromise in discussing a topic where compromises were few and far between. I also understand that the limited access could present inconveniences or challenges for certain residents or emergency services in the future. If it is my hope that all of these pieces can work together to where we can find that compromise. If having it open one way westward were to warrant the light and to provide us with meaningful commercial, I don't believe that any of us really need another gas station right out front of this development. And I understand that all these things are working in conjunction with one another. I would like to see meaningful commercial businesses occupy that space. It is in a high traffic area. It's something that a lot of people could use, and I don't want to see that necessarily wasted on another gas station when there's one a mile down the road. That being said, as Trustee McAlpine indicated, safety is the foremost priority here, and if we can calm the traffic on New Haven, potentially open it up as a one-way. Again, I find that was a fine compromise for me. And I think that's it for now. If I think of anything else, maybe I'll chime in a little bit later, but thank you.
Trustee Walworth?
I feel a little bit like the kid who's asking the question right before a recess or the end of the day, so I apologize for that. But I don't apologize for being last. Couple of comments, and then I'll get into some discussion points. I thank you all for your passion. This is a hell of a lot later than I think any of us wanted to be here. But you all had something to say, and we heard it. But I think it's very important for you all to remember that just because we hear you, and we do, and we understand what you're saying, doesn't mean we agree with you. We might differ on some things. That's part of what this is. And the way our system works in this democracy that we have in the way the municipality is set up is you all elect us to use our best judgment. It's not a straw poll for every single item. It's not a referendum for every single item. You have to, when you cast that ballot, you're enacting some trust into us. Sometimes you'll agree with us, sometimes you might not. So I hope you all understand that when we're trying to decide what it is we want to do, and if we think this is the highest and best use of this property, it's not that 15 people or 150 people stood up and said no. It's what do we think would be the best use of this piece of property, and is this development right for Cary? So we do hear you. There might be things we disagree on, and I hope you understand that. The questions I would have, because in my mind, the conversation all revolves around traffic. That's really what we're all talking about. It's traffic. Over and over, it's traffic. So traffic is safety. It's traffic. So we've got cars in there, and from the comments I've heard from everybody, it's either the most peaceful place in Cary or it's a racing strip. So there's probably some things to be solved in terms of traffic mitigation, speed mitigation. I live on a one-way kind of dead-end street that has the same kind of issue. There's not even a sign on my street that says how fast you can or can't go. So I understand people driving by at a higher rate of speed than you would like in your front yard. I've raised 2 kids and I've had 3 foster kids, all in our home. So I understand all those things. I get it. I want to talk about the experts that we have that have told us their opinions on traffic, because that's where it comes from. These are people that's their job. And I understand that you may disagree with the sentiments that they have, but when you're sick and you go to the doctor, that's the person you get advice from. When you want to build a house, you go talk to the home builder and they give you advice. I'm glad when I get on the plane to go travel that there was an engineer or somebody who all they did was learn about building planes. So I'm going to take it in the way that was intended of they're trying to do their best. So Brian, if you could go back to the slide that I was mentioned to you earlier. The couple things that I'd like to point out is right now it is kind of a one-way in and one-way out community. The only folks that are in there driving right now are you all and your neighbors and your community members. So if we've got to help mitigate some traffic with all these different calming measures, and I'll go right out in the bat and say I'm not a fan of any speed bumps because they cause more problems than they can hand for. But there are other ones that are proven with the data to work. So let's look at all those. We had this discussion with a whole bunch of folks on Montana and Decker over the course of multiple community of the whole meetings, and they were every bit as engaged with you were. You know, there's only 20-some houses on that street, and I bet we had every single one of them in front of us. So this is a good, healthy dialogue, and we worked with them on some mitigation that they then, in turn, came back to us and said, thank you, we sure hope it works. And it's all, we've raised the, everybody's enlightenment to say, okay, let's pay attention and see if we can make it better. So it sounds to me like we've got that issue already on New Haven. Part of this scenario may allow us to address that, whether there is a no-way, one-way, or two-way entrance for this new development. So the big piece that I wanted to point out for the board to discuss and to take in heart with is the study portion that says who is going to use a two-way access. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, I apologize if you can't see it too clearly, but it's big enough to see blue, red, and kind of gold there, or orange. Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. That makes up, and I'll let Brian quote the exact number, I want to say it's somewhere in the 70-80% of the people who are going to use this two-way egress in and out to the new development will be coming from your portion of Cary. So back to one of the earlier comments that was asked of the mayor is who's going to benefit. I'm not talking about the financials and all the sales and all the estimated pie-in-the-sky numbers of what this is going to produce. Who's going to use the street? And all of the traffic data is showing that it's going to be the folks who live in New Haven, people who live in Cambria, the people who live in Greensfield. They're going to be the ones using it. That's the vast majority. Thank you. Everybody had a chance to speak except for me. Everybody had a chance except for me to speak. It is my turn to speak. Thank you so much. I sat here for 4 hours, and I haven't had a chance to speak once. You've had multiple. Thank you for giving me my chance. Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3, according to traffic experts, are going to make up the vast majority of the folks that are going to use this entrance and exit. So that is you. That is you and the folks that live out and around you. So we want to help control the traffic in that area, regardless of this. If this doesn't pass and this is never built, we still have a traffic issue to deal with on New Haven. And as was pointed out earlier, I think that's a perfect topic to bring up in a committee of the whole. What kind of traffic mitigation items can we come up with? I would also add, before I yield my conversation back, that I don't take offense to a lot. I understood what I'm signing up for here. But when everybody in a certain group continues to show up and tell me how I'm going to vote and tells me that the mayor's telling me what to do, are you kidding me? You really think, number one, you don't even understand the system. The mayor doesn't vote. This is my second term. The mayor's voted once. He's voted once He only votes for a tiebreaker. So I'm more than happy to have dialogue with anybody. I've said this before in open meeting, I say it again. I have coffee every Friday at Conscious Cup, sit there and talk to everybody who comes in. I have a group of dads, we sit there and have coffee every day. Do they abuse the crap out of me for stuff like this? Sure. But that's the dialogue I have with the residents of Cary. So to tell me how I'm gonna vote before I even sit down and vote, I find that really insulting. I will vote my conscience. I will vote in what I think is best for the village of Cary. You may disagree, that's fine. I sat next to Jennifer Weinhammer for 4 years. Her and I disagreed on a lot of stuff. When she voted no and her and I talked about it afterward, I said, you should vote no. If that's what you feel, you should, and I applaud you for voting no, or yes. That's what we're hired to do. That's what we're elected to do. So I appreciate the trust that everybody has put in me when I was elected, and I'm gonna vote my conscience when it comes time to. But I want to make sure that we all understand that what we're discussing tonight is a traffic issue. And I believe that if we move forward with the right traffic mitigation items, that we can make this a successful item. I don't care about the stoplight. That's outside our control. That's outside of their control. That's the state, and God knows how long that's gonna take. What I can look at is this development, the studies that the experts who put it together say, what our in-house experts, if they concur or don't concur, and what that means for the village of Cary as a whole. So I would like to focus the rest of our comments and time on discussing traffic, who's using this road, and what the effects of that's gonna be on the rest of the residents of this area.
Do you want me to comment, or do you want to talk about the road calming? Well, you know what? Yeah, go ahead.
First question, we're talking about road width on New Haven. New Haven is 36, measured across from curb to curb, correct?
Correct.
What is the measurement on Georgetown from curb to curb? Just need a reference, close.
Close, approximately the same width. It's a
Cimarron,
similar width as well.
Decker, and Montana.
They're similar road widths, yeah. There might be slight variations between each one of them, but they're all similar.
Those
larger road widths.
Please.
Well, it's not 36. Georgetown is not 36. I'm just saying.
You know what? Please. We've been very patient. Let the board have a dialogue.
Yeah, but just facts. Sorry.
Can I continue? Yes. Okay, sorry. Those three roads I had mentioned have traffic calming measures done to them in the past. You don't have to give it to me right this second by any means, but what was the accomplishment in the reduction of speed and incidents on those roads by having those measures put on those roads?
I guess firstly, you're correct. The village in the past on those roadways, so specifically Georgetown, West Main Street, west of Carroll Algonquin Road, and Cimarron from Georgetown to Carroll Algonquin Road, and part of Decker so far, have had lane striping added to define parking lanes on one or both sides, depending on the width of the road, with the goal of obviously helping to promote traffic calming. So anecdotally, I don't have like statistics. I don't recall if there's been subsequent or recent speed studies and data collection since they were implemented. There probably was, but I don't have that top of my head. But that being said, the reaction in terms of the public requests or complaints regarding it dropped dramatically, if not very dramatically, or we don't receive comments at all on it at this point, which is a similar result to the same lane narrowing concept that I experienced in a previous job with another municipality. Implemented that same approach on various locations. I explained that to the residents that I met with earlier, and I believe, and I can defer to Chief Finland, if there's been anecdotally more or less traffic enforcement requests in that area. I'm sure he doesn't have the exact numbers in front of him here, but he can speak to it as a whole, holistically.
All right, so give me the roads again, because I missed them all. So, which roads were we talking about?
Georgetown, Cimarron, West Main, and Decker.
At Georgetown, we really don't have very many calls for service on Decker. We have, I was going to pull it up, but now we have the radar signs out there, so we do have a lot of data collection going on there, and I don't know that there's been a lot of reduction in regards to speed. I think that there has been some degree, but I will also tell you that our 85th percentile is still above the posted speed limit, and that average speed limit is still probably about 27 or 28 miles an hour versus 25. So generally, in those areas that we've instituted both radar signs and then other calming measures, it does tend to reduce the incidence of complaints. I don't know if it's because we don't have the violations anymore, or if, it's kind of like the study where you look at something, and like the GE study where you're looking at something and people believe that something's being done because of it.
So when you did the speed study on New Haven, what points of the road were speed studied, and what was the average speeds? Do you know that?
I just pulled it down, but
Sorry, Chief.
I'm going to defer to our traffic engineer because I didn't do a speed study on it, but I do have the radar sign here. So if I can pull it up real quick, maybe someone else can answer about how the speed study was done for
Just where,
this study.
yeah, where on the road, where was it done, and what was the average speed? Thank you.
Here we go.
So as I can start at least. So as you can see here, in the past several years, there have been multiple times where data was collected at different points along New Haven in response to concerns about speeding. So 2015, 2017, and 2025, and then now, as Chief Finland mentioned, with a new radar sign that was moved there, kind of continuously moving forward at that spot. But you can see we've measured it generally and tried to be consistently comparing different spots in the same places in 3 points. One, it's labeled north curve, so as you're in the north part of the subdivision, going east-west, it's that first curve that you would take if you were to start heading southward. There's near Avalon Court, so that's roughly the midpoint of that north-south straightaway. And then again in the, it's called the south curve near the park, and that's near the crossing into Hoffman Park and by that pond. So basically by the park crossing. So those are the three spots that were measured at different years and different times, some twice, some 3 times. And you can see the speeds are generally consistent. Obviously, those were speeds measured and collected in generally 1 week increments, sometimes longer. But as the chief mentioned, the speeds haven't that were measured haven't deviated beyond what is expected for a residential collector, and they haven't deviated significantly above the 85th percentile speed, being beyond the threshold that's normal for roads beyond their posted speed limit.
And the data, I pulled it back up, but the data for the radar sign for September, for the 30 days in September, the average speed was 28 miles an hour, where it's at now, so it's right before that first curve. And then the 85th percentile is 32 miles an hour. It's a posted 25 mile an hour speed limit.
And this isn't meant to dismiss the concerns or the observations that the residents have. It is just obviously the snapshot from the data that we have, and obviously with our annual capital improvement program review of needs and priorities, factors like this are considered, and then and other factors as well. So as the priorities change, information like this plus new factors could be considered in adjusting our priorities. And I think I heard 1 or 2 residents note that the road conditions, the pavement conditions are not spectacular at certain stretches of New Haven, and whether or not this development is approved or proceeds, obviously our road maintenance program does look at that, and we would be considering other improvements as we always do when we have an opportunity for road maintenance. So things like striping adjustments, those are usually a good time to enhance at the same time as doing a pavement resurfacing, because you're not committing resources to something and then having it removed when the road is redone. You have to stripe and restripe anyway when you repave a road. So it's an opportunity, if you're going to do that anyways, perhaps modify it for some other enhancements. So those are things based on the feedback we've heard in the past from residents that, again, with or without this development, when we do our maintenance of New Haven Drive and our capital programs moving forward, factors like that will be considered by our Public Works Department and our village as a whole, because we look at it holistically with all departments.
So if this project, however it moves forward, no connection, one way or two way, safety speed calming measures could be planned for this, would that be brought back to the board in a public hearing again? Community as a whole, if this goes through with the project and the developer paying for these improvements?
So yes, if approved, with the conditions that are outlined before you now, I think the way it's worded, yeah, there would be traffic calming measures that would be considered and coordinated prior to permit issuance, if I'm wording that correctly. So what staff would do with that direction and that condition, if approved, is that obviously we wouldn't initiate that and select those in a vacuum. Like everything we do, we would have a process to where we would get and collect feedback from the board on the recommendations that we would coordinate with, and we would get public input as well. And typically that's done in a committee meeting, like you mentioned, Trustee Collier, prior to executing that approval.
Yeah, and the condition for the building permit issuance is just to have that shot clock attached to it so that there's a time period to work through those issues, to bring something back to the board, so that there's a deadline to get something approved before they actually start work on the project.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. Thank you.
Have we tossed out emergency gate? And it's now, what we're looking at today, we're just looking at one way?
The
Because
recommendation.
I know we initially started talking about doing a gate there and then, or sorry, two-way emergency gate, and now it's one way.
Yeah, the recommendation from the ZPA at this point, that's for consideration by the board, is for the one-way connection.
Thank you. For the developers, phase two, when is phase two initiated?
We would start phase 2 upon completion of phase 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's simple. Got it. Appreciate it.
Do you have a time frame in mind?
Yeah, so typically a project like this would take about 24 months to construct. Probably takes us, an additional, say, 6 to 10 months to finish leasing the entire project. And then upon that, then we'd go right into phase 2.
Having that many units, do you not feel that you would hit that 100 vehicles an hour to get that stoplight?
Yes, they do.
Without having that roadway? So I'm just talking about your guys' complex.
Without the westbound?
Yeah.
The traffic coming in.
Yeah, just your traffic.
Just our traffic?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to have Louis, he can speak to that better.
Yeah. It takes, it's a combination of both the traffic from the development as well as the traffic from the subdivision.
So you're saying it's two-part, you gotta have both?
Yes.
So you're saying?
Yeah, because, there are certain criteria you have to meet with IDOT and, some certain reductions you have to apply. IDOT, they make it difficult to reach the threshold.
Oh, I'm
for
with
meeting
you.
a signal.
So does that include the business across the street, Whispering Hills? Because I'm
Yeah, that's-
sure if they divert it over there, all their traffic, you definitely hit that 100 an hour.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's 100 an hour, but, some of it is right turns, and you have to discount the right turns. It's really more than 100, but,
Got it.
yeah.
Can you clarify the 100 cars per hour? That's the 3 peak times, correct? Not every hour on the hour.
Yeah, it's the just one peak hour. Yeah, there are two things we have to satisfy with IDOT is the warrants and then the spacing, and we believe that the spacing is there, so that's not an issue, and we believe with the traffic from the residential and the traffic coming out of Cambria subdivision that we were able to meet the warrant.
Right, because it was stated earlier that people were concerned that it was going to be an extra 100 cars per hour to make the IDOT warrant work. That's just not true.
Correct.
Just quickly, can you, on the roadway, the current roadway, this is actually for, sorry, gentlemen. The current roadway as it's built right now on New Haven, what is that built to handle from a traffic flow standpoint?
Are you referring to
Number of cars?
geometry, like
Roughly the
horizontally,
number
or-
of cars, it was built to handle a certain amount that it can't exceed.
Okay. So, as it was stated earlier, New Haven Drive was when the Cambria subdivision was constructed, built that road to collector standards. So collector standards meaning the right-of-way width was 60 to 70 feet, generally 70 feet, which in this case, New Haven's right-of-way is 70 feet. And then it also, as built to collector standards, means that the pavement structure is built to obviously handle and be durable enough for traffic volumes of a collector or residential collector status. I think the traffic consultants referred to general industry standards of collectors handling up to 5,000 or 6,000 cars per day. Obviously, every situation is different, but the structure here that's present on that roadway was built with about 9.5 inches of asphalt thickness, would generally be able to handle road traffic in that same general parameter, higher than what is actually currently there or projected.
Okay.
And New Haven would be a limited load street, so the weight limit would be 1,200 or 12,000 pounds, 6 tons. However, you do have deliveries that occur, so you might have trucks in and out of there, but no through trucks.
Right, I understand. And then, let me ask this, because the recommendation from the staff and from the traffic study and everything like that said that it can support two-way traffic. So my point is, if we went with two-way traffic to begin with, how hard would it be if we found out that these traffic numbers are not accurate to make a change? In other words, to take it down to one-way if we had to.
That would be generally possible with certain geometric changes, I guess similar to what would be implemented if one-way traffic was the decision or the approval. Whatever physical geometric improvements would facilitate that properly to minimize the enforcement challenges, you could, in theory, retrofit that same improvement later.
Okay, and no matter what decision is made, if it's one way, if it's unilateral, if it's dual, would it be a common practice, or could we make sure that we implement it into the ordinance in some fashion that says, no matter what, we are going to do data collection after the development is completed to see what traffic volume we're looking at?
Yeah, that would be a reasonable request of staff, and if the board wanted to make that request, not just as a general direction, but a condition, that could be possible, yes.
I would piggyback on Trustee McAlpine's idea, since we were just talking about phases earlier. I think it's a perfect opportunity that once we start occupancy, we do a measurement, regardless of whether it's one-way or two-way or whatever we come up with. Do a traffic measurement when occupancy begins, when phase one is complete, and then at the end of the project, so we can actually measure, and to the point everybody's made of, let's track the data. If this thing gets approved, regardless one-way or two-way, we need to measure the traffic so we can actually define the impact. And number one, validate or invalidate the study, and number two, take appropriate action if needed.
I like that thought process. Trustee Dudek, did you have any more questions?
Unfortunately, yes, I do. And I was going to ask Attorney Euler to comment on this. Much like we look at a lot of things when we vote, we occasionally pull something off, and like you did tonight, and pulled G off, and we voted on the rest. There's 21 conditions here. We haven't talked about anything other than traffic, and one-way or two-way. I have comments on a number of the other conditions that I think are valid. And I'm also looking at a clock at 11:20, and I personally don't think we're going to solve the issue today of those other items. So I'll be happy to mention them, but I think that we're at a point where probably a lot of people are getting tired. So I'm going to mention them just for the heck of it. I'll go really quick. Number three could go unidirectional, just as it's proposed today. I heard Mr. DeRosa say that they would still go through with seasons with no connectivity. So the potential to pull number three or change it is there. The next one, a lot of discussion about setbacks. So numbers 8, 9, 10, and 11. I think those need to be rethought. Are we going to solve those at 11:20 on a Tuesday? I seriously doubt it. Number 13, that's the commercial piece. There's nothing listed in here about any sort of timeline as to when the marketability of those would start. I think this board is very familiar with a large piece of property we have on our east side has been for sale for maybe longer than I am old, and I'm pretty old. And we do nothing about it, it seems like, because there's no incentive for that owner to do anything about it. I think there's a lot of incentive for you guys to develop the retail quickly. I totally believe that there is. but I do think we ought to consider some sort of timelines or some sort of commentary about it. Number 16, that's the pedestrian crosswalk. There is a park, a fairly sizable park, on New Haven. I know we have had some conversations. I've had conversations with both the mayor and the village administrator relative to the type of pedestrian-activated crosswalk signage. I'm not sure what the technical term is, but where the yellow lights go on and everybody stops. That would seem to be an appropriate place to put that type of piece. So I'm just throwing it out there. Item number 20. I am not a retention expert by any means, a drainage expert. I was actually very happy that one of the individuals who I think is probably gone now, yes, he is, mentioned about the 72 versus the 96 hours. I don't know what it would take to stay in compliance with 72, but we haven't talked about what it'll take to stay in compliance with 72. I'd like to throw it out there that, if possible, we consider staying compliant with 72. And then, finally, and I know that I got some commentary from Brian on this last week, actually. I have not been a fan of the retention that you put on Route 31 for some time. I know we're very, long into this project, and perhaps there isn't an opportunity to rethink design, but there was a gentleman who, I think he's also left, that commented about the amount of retail that we're getting here. I'm disappointed, too, that we had to cut it down by an acre, and I'm also disappointed that we don't have more on 31 and perhaps could flip the south side retention in exchange for the building that you have that's just east of that retention. Again, are we going to solve that tonight at 11:30? Probably not. But these are comments that I think you want to hear, much like you heard from the public. So those are my comments. And with that, I'll turn my time back over to the board.
Do you have follow-up questions, Trustee Brazili? You just look like you're...
No other questions at this time. There was one other idea that was that had been floated and not brought up tonight. Maybe a tactic in helping deter anyone who would be thinking about using New Haven as a cut-through. The naming of the new section of road, I had once heard a discussion that the road which connects out onto 31 does not necessarily have to be called New Haven by any means. It can be called Seasons Drive, thereby hopefully and possibly deterring certain drivers who aren't necessarily from the area from even understanding that those two roads have anything to do with one another. Just something that was discussed and felt like a decent point.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
We have a trustee that's indicating that he would be in favor of continuing this meeting. If we were to continue this meeting, it would be till next Tuesday in the same spot. Is the board wanting to power through this? I mean, it's 11:30, and there's some information that needs to be had. With a continuation of a meeting, we just stop where we are now, and we pick up pieces next week at 6 o'clock. Public comment is closed, so there'll be no other public comment. It'll be all board discussion. That being said, for us to move forward with things, the board has to, at this point, ask the developer particular questions that they want answered, so that we could have the developer get those questions answered by the time we have our next meeting. So at this point, I would like to, if the board is in favor of continuing this meeting to next Tuesday, you'd have to, according to our attorney, you need...
I'll step in for Mr. Dudek and make a motion that we continue the meeting till next Tuesday.
I agree.
With the points he highlighted off the sheet that need answers, correct?
We can just make a motion to continue the meeting and then
No, but we,
provide
We
the
want to
But
let,
we need to provide the builder with the questions we actually have.
correct.
If you have questions that will affect your vote potentially at the next meeting, you want to share those with the developer now, so they're prepared to gather the information you might need.
Can I ask a question? Is there a motion on the table right now?
There is a motion.
there is a motion.
Okay. Just to make sure I understood that correctly.
I
There's
second
been
the
no
motion.
action. You second the motion to continue?
Yes. I think that everyone gets a little bit tired, and I don't know about anyone else, but my brain is not as functional at 11:30 at night as sharp it is at 6 p.m., so I think we're all ready to call it a night.
Right, so
Go ahead.
we should take the motion off the table for now.
Table it?
Yes. And then we can entertain a motion to continue the meeting.
We need to remove because we're currently under a
Currently
motion
under-
of discussion. We need to take that off.
So who made the motion?
I did.
You made the motion. You,
I will make
We
a
have
motion
motion to
to
table?
remove, I will make a motion to table the plan amendment, zoning map amendment, final plat of subdivision, stormwater management variance, and planned development for the season of Cary PUD.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So I will entertain a motion to continue this meeting to October, what, 27th, is it?
One more
20
question,
oh, one more
sorry.
question, okay.
Procedural. Before we do this part of this and continue it, do we have to present these questions to the builder before this?
I'll defer to Attorney Euler.
You can either do it formally in open session or even after tonight's meeting, obviously. If we have questions, if any of the trustees have questions that you'd like the development team to take up, to be prepared to address. at
We're
the
only
next
a week
meeting, you
away, so
should-
these should be asked quickly.
If you have those now, you would want to share those now. Otherwise, if anything comes up between now and the next meeting, you would want to let Eric or Brian know so they can share it with the development team.
And our preference would be, because this happened at the ZPA, and we asked for a clarification so that we could come back and have a meaningful discussion and make sure
Right.
all questions are answered. So we don't have additional questions.
Do I have the opportunity to ask one final question now?
We're
or-
not adjourned yet.
Okay. And again, don't have to provide an answer in this moment, but based on you and your team's expertise, if there was no access point, would you be able to provide certain examples of what type of commercial entities, in your experience, if you have any, pardon me, it's late. Just examples of what type of viable businesses might be there in the event that there is no access point.
Sure, we'd be happy to provide a list of examples of the national retailers, for example, want a traffic signal.
Understood.
Local, do not. Less creditworthy, not as important.
Okay.
But we could provide names and ideas of,
It just-
Chipotle would go there with a signal and would not go there without, by way of example.
Okay. Yeah. Any other examples of that? If I may ask it again at the continued meeting, but
Be happy to do that.
thank you very much.
And I think just being prepared to address these variances that trustee Judick brought up, because I think those are just ones that it behooves us to get some answers on those things, just to make sure where we're at
We'll
with it.
send, we'll.
Yeah, if
Eric and
the
send
board
them.
could email
We'll
Eric
email.
Yep,
tomorrow
tomorrow morning.
by 5 o'clock.
It's in a half an hour, I'm
AM?
gonna email you.
By 5 o'clock.
I'll be up still.
I'll be going to work at 5 a.m.
Well,
If we
just,
could get
if
specific
there's,
Yes.
questions,
Yes.
just get them
That'd be
to
helpful.
Eric and Brian. We can get them to the developer and get the questions answered. But if you could do that quickly, that would be beneficial, yeah.
Tomorrow, by end of day tomorrow.
Okay, we've tabled the motion. I have entertained a motion to adjourn. I have a motion and a second. Do I need a roll call for that, or can we do a voice vote?
I do
To continue, yeah.
to continue.
Yeah, a roll call to continue to the 28th of September at, or October, oh my gosh. October at 6 o'clock.
McAlpine,
Yes.
You guys gonna be
Collier?
able to be here?
Yes.
Dudek,
Yes.
Walworth,
Yes.
Persina,
Yes.
Stefani.
No.
That's fine. That's what it is.
Adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 11:31.
So we can